from 1960 to September 1970. I was very happy to meet Mr. Ogwal because when I asked him, I think he's the one who came to supervise our elections in Ankole Northeast in the September of 1970, when I had joined UPC for only 5 months. Because I joined UPC September 1970, and the government collapsed in January.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. What you just saw on your screen was the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, at the Parliament. And that was paying tribute to the late Cecilia Ogwal, and had so much to say about her. But the things that stood out were the fact that she was someone who was really vocal and assertive and very patriotic. And of course told us a bit of stories of how in South Africa she spoke as if it was all about Uganda, not about any political party. And well, President Museveni seems he called her sister, meaning they had a very great relationship. And also that goes to say that it's sometimes not about which political party you are aligned to, it's about what the two of you are seeking to achieve, and that is for the good of the Ugandans. Welcome aboard. This is Good Morning Uganda on UBC Television. Welcome back from the Non-Aligned Movement. Welcome back from the G77 Plus China Summit that was concluded yesterday. And that all Ugandans, very well done. Congratulations. Uganda has been put out there for global cooperation, for improved international relations. We are looking at having lots and lots of great things happening for us as the year goes by, because we have set the pace. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and welcome to the show. On set, I do have the usual squad. That is Robert Chirabo Nyonyi Ntano. We do have Olive Monica Najuma and Jerome Paul Sonko. It's a bit chilly outside. Hopefully they are not as chilly. Also being that we are in the morning season or period, I'm hoping that we get to lighten up your day today. Good morning, Chirabo.
A lovely morning to you. It is not so common in January to have such weather. Usually it's real sun. And of course the farmers are usually worried about January because they are waiting for, it's basically just preparing their gardens for March for planting. But I'll begin with the president at a parliament yesterday, where the body of the late Dokoloman member of parliament spent a night for public viewing. Now His Excellency mentioned something very important. He said that the late was Uganda's defender, that she would defend Uganda, and you'd think she's NRM. He mentioned when he was in South Africa at the Pan-African Parliament, and said you'd think Cecilia was the leader of Uganda's delegation there. The way she was very vocal, but also said that Cecilia was a public person, but still very private, because he was also shocked that she had 7 biological children and a married woman, but had kept these people out of the media. Very private person when it came to her family. But also saying that it is the bad political atmosphere in Uganda, that of Obuchai, that's the word he used, or hatred, that did not favor so much Cecilia, mentioning of people who even thought that they could stop, distract the non-alignment movement summit and the G77 plus. So I was talking about that hatred, that yes, we had a very good person, she gave us what she could give, because she had been in parliament from about 1996, yes. And she's died while she's in parliament. So I think only one time when she was knocked out by Jimmy Akena, if I remember very well. Now, this is the person who has gone to rest. But one important thing, we all live and die. But what legacy do you leave behind?
You left behind.
Are they going to remember you as a very corrupt person who was in scandal after scandal after scandal? Are they going to remember you as a political prostitute, a confused person? Or are they going to remember you as a joker, a focused person? So what remains behind after you've gone is what is important. And that also will influence even those associated with you, your children. Someone will look at them and say, that is a daughter of, yes, the Lion of Dokoro. Now, we believe she can also do this better.
Well, may her soul continue to rest in peace. Let's see how JP Live is feeling this morning. By the look of things, Robert is still a bit chilly. JP Live, good morning.
Good morning to you, Chantal, and good morning to you, our viewer, wherever you are catching us from. Well, as you're speaking about the late Cecilia Ogwal and what President Museveni has also mentioned in his speech while paying his last respects, I think my pick-out point is the fact that when you don't belong to the ruling government and you're away from Uganda, even when you have a huge platform under which you can criticize the government and you choose to still speak good about Uganda, says a lot about her as a human being and how she represents the opposition that we desire to have in Uganda that we do not have. Because a couple of times we've seen many opposition leaders that leave the country, and once they have the opportunity or they have a given platform, the very first point is always pointing out the bad side of what Uganda has and always praising themselves, but not, putting Uganda first. And it's something that we need to ideally, come up to always, have in ourselves, that regardless of whether you don't support the ruling government or you do not support the person ruling, it doesn't mean you're supposed to hate the country. Because at the end of the day, there will be a chance or there can be an opportunity where you will rule this country, and if you do not have that love, it then definitely says you'll also be ruling depending on what you think is right, but not putting the country first. But also besides that, like Chirava has mentioned again, it is quite interesting to find that January is filled up with this sort of weather. But then we're good to go, because having a January filled up with only sunshine day and night, it becomes very difficult to live through it. But well, I think it is due to the fact that as we speak matters climate change, this is the kind of atmosphere that we always explain to the people, that it's very difficult to forecast weather lately, because we used to a fact that back in the time January was all about sunshine, all about dry weather. But now it's cold, it does rain in the night, it does rain in the morning. But nonetheless, we are here, the energy is up, and of course 2024 is supposed to be a good year, and I hope it is for everyone.
Right, let's check on Olive and see how she's doing this morning. Hi, Olive.
Hi, Chantal. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you feeling today?
It's chilly. Even when I was coming to work, the roads were a bit slippery.
Yes.
And yet yesterday it was quite hot. Extremely hot, even through the night. Yes. And then to wake up this morning, and it is a bit chilly. It's been drizzling since I think around 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
And here we are. So for those who are afraid about the dust, there is a ray of hope now that at least you can now cool down, and it won't be that hot. But also with weather changes, extreme weather changes, then we experience maybe colds. Some people are struggling with sore throats and colds. This is always because of the changing weather. So you need to take care of yourself, and of course take much vitamin C so that you're in good shape. January has just started. You cannot get a day off work. So do whatever you can to ensure that you're healthy and that you're in good shape to hit the ground rolling, because the year has just begun. And we started it in style with the NAM conference, the NAM summit, and the G77 plus China summit that we hosted in Uganda successfully, and that was a beautiful thing. It put us on a world map, because many international media houses focused on Uganda to see what resolutions came out of these summits. But that being said, all right, it's a beautiful morning. Good morning, dear viewer. I hope you will have a beautiful day today.
Great, and well, just now that that is done, and you know, we are trying to find out how you are feeling this morning and keep you also updated on what is happening in the country. We'll be giving you the program just in case you're following or you'd like to follow on the burial arrangements of the late Cecilia Ogwal, and having broader discussions as well. We are also officially saying that the G77 closed yesterday, and it's time for us to move on, but also move on in the direction where we can utilize what hosting these events means for us. At this moment, let's take a look at the local stories that we have. I noticed something about one of the local stories. Police officers conned an investor $30,000 US. But Cheramo and Olive have the local stories.
We'll begin with the closing of the G77 plus China summit yesterday by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. President Museveni closed the summit underlining the three areas of focus for Uganda's chairmanship. In his closing remarks, Museveni said that two themes of the just concluded 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit and of the third South Summit of the G77 plus China are related because they drive towards the same aspiration, adding that his year-long chairmanship of the group will focus on three areas intended to achieve sustainable prosperity.
Now moving on, Parliament yesterday, as it held the tribute for the fallen politician, that is Cecilia Ogwal, hailed her as the woman member of Parliament for Dokolo district, and they mentioned her contribution to national development. The members of Parliament have been challenged by the legacy of the late Cecilia, whose patriotism was exemplary. The late Cecilia died on Thursday, 18th January 2024 at the age of 77. Parliament has converged a special sitting to pay tribute to her dedicated service to Uganda. The House, full to capacity, was joined by several distinguished leaders, including the Chief Justice Owinyi Dolo, former cabinet ministers and former members of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament, in her communication, reminded the House of the everlasting contributions by the late Cecilia Ogwal, which inspired many young politicians, including her, to the political arena. The remains of the late Cecilia Ogwal were then rolled to the Parliament chambers by pallbearers and the casket wrapped with the national flag to symbolize the patriotic spirit of the fallen legislator. At the point, the Prime Minister, Robina Nabanja, was on time to present the motion of the resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Cecilia Ogwal, who served both Parliament and the country in the various capacities. Nabanja fronts, among others, the vibrancy, articulation, and logic embedded in the rich history of the late Cecilia Ogwal. And the motion was unanimously seconded by the whole House as the members zeroed the eulogies to praising the tolerance and the fairness of the late Cecilia Ogwal. The former Dokolo woman representative, Cecilia Ogwal, was a member of the Forum for Democratic Change political party, a position which the late would put aside during national issues, as testified by top government officials. The late Cecilia Ogwal will be buried in Kole district on Saturday, 27th January 2024.
Moving on, the First Lady, Janet Museveni, expressed a need for the public to coexist and secure existence alongside animals. Speaking during a luncheon where she hosted the spouses for the heads of states and a delegation of the G77 plus China summit at Entebbe State House, the First Lady Janet Museveni told them that it is important for animals and people to coexist. The guests, that included the spouses of Eswatini, Philippines, and the spouse of the Prime Minister of Guantanamo, began their tour of the Uganda Wildlife Education Center from the section of Waste Management, where the center encourages sustainability and green energy, emphasizing that plastic pollution is a global problem. They were taken to the exhibition of the lion, the giraffe, rhino, elephant, and crocodiles. The spouses participated in feeding the young elephant, which was rescued from the national park abandoned as a baby and now being rehabilitated by the center. At the chimpanzees sanctuary, they witnessed how the center feeds chimpanzees. This tour was led by the third Deputy Prime Minister, Rukia Nakadama, and Minister for Tourism, Tom Butime, who appreciated the presiding director of the Botanical Gardens, which transferred from the Ministry of Agriculture to that of Tourism. This visit by the spouses to the Wildlife Center is to increase cooperation and partnership in the tourism sector. The spouses also planted trees of different species.
Away from that, police has confirmed successful policing of high-profile summits hosted by the country without registering any major incidents. The police spokesperson Fred Enanga says activists and other politicians that tried to stage protests were successfully contained. Amidst deliberations of the different heads of state and other country representatives during the non-aligned movement and G77+ China summits, politicians and activists attempted to stage demonstrations alleging poor governance by the state. Security termed this as maligning the country's image in the presence of visitors, which attracted preventative measures. Police plan to leverage on the CCTV footage to arrest those who took part in these protests to face the law. After containing the planned protests, security confirms successful policing during the period of hosting high-profile summits. Meanwhile, 4 police officers are to face dismissal from the force for an act of criminal conspiracy. These officers are suspected to have conned an investor of $30,000. In other investigations, police has registered increased complaints from female workers in Arab countries over fraud by relatives. These accuse relatives of mismanaging their money. This matter involves 2 countries, and police advise victims to open up accounts with sole control. Well, that does it for the local news.
That is it for the local news stories. Thank you, Olive. Thank you, Robert. We cross over and see what is happening internationally, giving you snippets into different parts of the world. Now, the US and the UK have conducted a fresh series of joint air strikes that is against Houthi targets in Yemen. The Pentagon said Monday's strikes hit 8 targets, including an underground storage site and Houthi missile and surveillance capability. The Iran-backed Houthis have been targeting ships they say are linked to Israel and the West that travel through the important Red Sea trade route. The US and UK said they were trying to protect the free flow of commerce. A joint statement issued by the Pentagon confirmed an additional round of proportionate and necessary strikes against the Houthis. The statement added, "Our aim remains to de-escalate tensions and restore stability in the Red Sea, but let us reiterate our warning to Houthi leadership. We will not hesitate to defend lives and the free flow of commerce in one of the world's most critical waterways in the face of continued threats." This is the 8th strike by the US against Houthi targets in Yemen. It is the 2nd joint operation with the UK after joint strikes were carried out on January 11th. The joint statement said strikes were carried out with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands. Away from that, relatives of Israelis being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas have stormed a parliamentary committee session in Jerusalem, demanding lawmakers to do more to free their loved ones. The action by a group of around 20 relatives on Monday illustrated the growing anger over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's refusal to agree to a deal with the Palestinian group as the Gaza war grinds through a fourth month. One woman held up pictures of 3 family members who were among the 253 people seized in the cross-border Hamas rampage on October 7th that triggered the massive Israeli operation in the enclave. Around 100 of the hostages were released during a week-long truce in November. Some 130 remained held in Gaza. Just one I'd like to get back alive. 1 out of 3, the woman protester cried after pushing into the Knesset Finance Committee discussion. Now coming back to Africa, Liberia's new president, Joseph Boakai, failed to reach the end of his speech and had to be helped away from the podium during his swearing-in ceremony. Mr. Boakai, 79, had been speaking for around 30 minutes at his inauguration ceremony when it became clear that he was having difficulty continuing. He failed twice to carry on speaking and the ceremony was adjourned. Some reports suggested that he suffered from the heat exhaustion as temperature reached more than 30 degrees Celsius. Video footage showed a man fanning papers near Mr. Boakai's face before he was taken away. By then, Mr. Boakai had already been sworn in as Liberia's oldest ever president at the ceremony held at the Capitol building, the seat of parliament in the capital, Monrovia. After he was taken away, a new vice president, Jeremiah Kwong, spoke to guests and escorted them to the presidential dinner. Now, speaking matters climate, governments have failed to agree on a timeline for the delivery of highly influential scientific reports assessing the state of climate change by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This is after Saudi Arabia, India and China opposed attempts to ensure the scientific body would provide its assessment in time for the next global stocktake, the UN's scorecard of collective climate action, due in 2028, according to sources present at the IPCC talks in Istanbul, Turkey last week. Following fraught discussions that ran all night on Friday, governments postponed a final decision on the timeline until the next meeting scheduled in the summer. Swiss climate scientist Sonia, who is the vice chair of an IPCC working group, said she was not totally surprised to see opposition to the proposal. We know that some countries do not necessarily want climate policy to advance very fast, and IPCC information will be critical for informing the global stocktake, she added. But I was surprised by the lack of willingness to even negotiate on these points. That is it for what is happening internationally and also in climate news. Coming up is the press review with Jerome Paul Sonko.
And at the front pages this morning, the new vision, Museveni pledges prosperity for G77. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot achieve, the president says. A pictorial of President Museveni and the First Lady mourning Cecilia Ogwal at Parliament yesterday is also at the front page today. Then how NRM boss lost 2.2 billion shillings. Read about that raid on a gunpoint in today's new vision. Now, Katanga death. Arrest warrant for widow out. More of that is in the new vision today. Then in her vision, read about the lady helping women own land. And in the other news across Africa, Mohozi among top personalities. Then in the land issues, Minister Otafire evicts government farm. That is also in the new vision today. Now elsewhere at the Daily Monitor, Molly Katanga's DNA was found on pistol trigger as court now summons Bitature and his wife. Then also, officers rob Kenyan businessman at police station as Kenyan court rules on oil deal with Uganda. Then President and First Lady pay tribute to Cecilia Ogwal. That is also at the front page of the Daily Monitor, the pictorial there at Parliament. As also the G77 summit, Museveni to push for prosperity for all as G77 plus China chairman. We cross the borders now to Kenya, where the Daily Nation is highlighting a big job cuts loom for civil servants. Then what Ruto and Kome discussed in crisis talk. Then in the other news, how killers bought weapon online of the deceased university girl. Then in the devolution, senators want fund for poor counties extended as survey says tactics Kenyans are using to cope with hard economic times. In education, 280,000 Form 1 students yet to join secondary school. Then you can read about the healthy nation, patients squeezed by diabetes. That is in the Daily Nation this time around. Now the East African newspaper. Friends again is the bigger question. Despite apparent thawing of relations between Kenya and Uganda, there are sticking points in the fuel import talks. Kampala wants a license for Eunuch, but Nairobi says the Ugandan marketer should embrace competition from Kenyan companies. And there are cases in the courts. A picture of President Museveni and President William Ruto at the front page of the East African. Then in the magazine, Spire inspires some uncomfortable laughter with tunes. Then also IGAD reads riot act to Sudanese generals. The bloc wants ceasefire and dialogue in 14 days. Then opinion, why East Africans suck at football. Onyango Obo blames cattle for our poor showing. Oh wow. Then money, regulator calls out telcos on bad service. The Kenyan watchdog cites Airtel Telcom's low standards. Then in the outlook, Morocco, gatekeeper for EU on migrants. Rabat wants support on Western Sahara question. As in the market section, the other side of Kenya's G2G oil deal. IMF wants import scheme, warns that the import scheme is distorting currency market. As test for democracy as 19 African states go to polls. Read about those states in the East African this week. Well, that is it for the press review this morning.
Thank you so much, John Paul. Well, we'll be going for a very short break. We'll leave you with the inspiration song of the day, Reason With Me by Road Boy.
Emphasize the differences. We couldn't work together closely. But I can tell you, so therefore you people take this as a lesson. Don't miss opportunities to work together if you can work together. Because you may find now regretting, oh, I wish I had worked with this person more closely. But you had the opportunity, but you didn't use it. But in the case of Cecilia and myself, it was not really her fault. It was the bad atmosphere created by other people. I had been in a DP from 1960 to September 1970. I was very happy to meet Mr. Ogwal because when I asked him, I think he's the one who came to supervise our elections in Ankara Northeast in the September of 1970 when I had joined UPC for only 5 months. Because I joined UPC September 1970 and the government collapsed in January.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. What you just saw on your screen was the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, at the Parliament. And that was paying tribute to the late Cecilia Ogwal, and had so much to say about her, but the things that stood out were the fact that she was someone who was really vocal and assertive and very patriotic, and of course told us a bit of stories of how in South Africa she spoke as if it was all about Uganda, not about any political party. And well, President Museveni seems he called her sister, meaning they had a very great relationship. And also that goes to say that it's sometimes not about which political party you are aligned to, it's about what the two of you are seeking to achieve, and that is for the good of the Ugandans. Welcome aboard. This is Good Morning Uganda on UBC Television. Welcome back from the Non-Aligned Movement. Welcome back from the G77 Plus China Summit that was concluded yesterday. And that all Ugandans, very well done. Congratulations. Uganda has been put out there for global cooperation, for improved international relations. We are looking at having lots and lots of great things happening for us as the year goes by, because we have set the pace. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and welcome to the show. On set, I do have the usual squad. That is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintano. We do have Olive Monica Najuma and Jerome Paul Sonko. It's a bit chilly outside. Hopefully they are not as chilly. Also being that we are in the morning season or period, I'm hoping that we get to lighten up your day today. Good morning, Chirabo.
A lovely morning to you. It is not so common in January to have such weather. Usually it's real sun. And of course the farmers are usually worried about January because they are waiting for, it's basically just preparing their gardens for March for planting. But I'll begin with the president at a parliament yesterday, where the body of the late Dokoloman member of parliament spent a night for public viewing. Now, His Excellency mentioned something very important. He said that the late was Uganda's defender, that she would defend Uganda, and you'd think she's NRM. He mentioned when he was in South Africa at the Pan-African Parliament, and said you'd think Cecilia was the leader of Uganda's delegation there. The way she was very vocal, but also said that Cecilia was a public person, but still very private, because he was also shocked that she had 7 biological children and a married woman, but had kept these people out of the media. Very private person when it came to her family. But also saying that it is the bad political atmosphere in Uganda, that of Obuchai, that's the word.
To lodge a complaint, click report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Junko.
Yo.
Wachiko. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda wange. Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sewatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Junko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning once again. Thank you for joining us, and you are welcome to Good Morning Uganda on UBC Television. If you're just joining us wherever you're watching from, thank you for being a part of Good Morning Uganda family. We always look forward to hearing from you every single morning from 6:30 to 9 in the morning. And we are here just to give you a recap of the recently concluded summits and every single event that was in there. And we will be tabling some key points that we will be putting on the table. The most important points are the ones that we're going to be noting. And as a Ugandan, hopefully that by the time these events got done, you had a clue of what they meant. Because by the time we got to Tuesday, Wednesday last week, someone wasn't aware of what exactly is happening. They only knew the word NAM and didn't know what it entailed. What was it about? What needed to be done and all that? But here we are, we have concluded, and guess what? Uganda holds chairmanship of the non-aligned movement, also holds chairmanship of the G77 plus China. And we are talking about two different aspects that are interlocked. We are talking about politics, that is the non-aligned movement, and we're also talking about economy. We are talking about growth and development, especially of the the developing countries, or some call them poor countries, some call them third world countries, but we all do know that they're developing countries, and we still hold chairmanship. That means a lot for Uganda as a country, and it shows that one, we have shown we have capacity, we are capable of pulling off such great events, global events. And whether we like it or not, Uganda has had a bigger place at the moment and has been placed on the global map, even bigger, even further, because we have pulled off two great summits in the shortest time possible, and we have done this successfully. We have not had, according to a police report, we have also not had any major challenges put forward by even our guests. So that means we have done well. So congratulations, one, to the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Also congratulations to the Ugandans and to every single individual who was part of the organization. I think we should pat ourselves on the shoulder and say we have done a great job. So what do we need to know from day one? That was on the 15th. Last week on Monday, that's when we officially started the non-aligned movement summit, all the way up to Saturday and up to Friday, then into the G77 plus China summit. We just dived into some meetings that even happened in the middle there, and as of yesterday, every summit came to closure. What we are seeing today happening is departures for those that were not able to leave the country yesterday. And it's been a week long of these conversations. It's been a week long of different opinions and different results from these different meetings. Now with me on set is John Paul Sonko and Olive Monica Najuma to give us a recap on what exactly transpired starting from day one. I think I'll go straight to John Paul. As we are doing this recap, let's go back to the 15th of January, which was last week on Monday.
15th was the official opening of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit. That is when everyone now realizes it's serious business. You know, this year is all about standing on the business, and day one though wasn't as busy when it comes to the high level delegates
that we were
because
expecting.
it was more of the senior officials meeting on day one, because day one was mainly to give us a structure of how everything will transpire, and on that day 2 committees were made. Now usually when these committees are made, this is where they draft the final declaration, or this is where different countries air out their issues, so that by the time the other sittings occur, they are coming up with one final copy or one final
So
draft.
from the ministerial plenary sessions?
No, from the senior officials sessions, because with the senior officials, they draft down these particular issues and then forward to the ministerial. So that is where we had first the senior officials on Monday and Tuesday, then on Wednesday we had the ministerials, because now the ministers were already in the country, and then all those ministers are coming in from the member states. So they were in the country to, of course, go through what was in day one and day two. And on day one, you get to realize that Uganda's representative, permanent representative to the UN, that is Ambassador Donia Ayebare, was, of course, voted as the chairman for that particular sitting of the officials meeting, the senior officials meeting, and he had to take charge from day one and day two. So after day one and day two, the 2 committees in question was the political committee. This was put in place to ensure that they go through all matters political. So that means any political matter that was raised was supposed to be discussed by those 2 committees. Many issues were raised at hand, but as a matter of fact, many times when these particular sittings were going into resolutions, it was indoor. The opening sessions were always live here as well, and they were always open to the public. Then to the public is live on television. Then after a while, when they're going into resolutions and sharing ideas and how to go about this very thing, where discussions kick in, was closed meetings. Then the Social and Economic Committee was a committee that was actually based on airing out the economic issues, but also the social affairs of the community. And of course, one would still ask why the political committee was one-sided. It was so independent, but also it takes us back to the formation of the Non-Aligned Movement. You get to realize it was more of a political kind of, more of a political movement, because it was fighting against colonialism at the time. And the major fact was to make sure that these member states, the 120 member states, which have now turned 121, would then acquire independence from the colonialists. So the political aspect is always first. But then also on day one, on the sidelines of the Non-Aligned Movement that was happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo, we also had the East African Business Forum, the East African Trade and Investment Forum. Now this was scheduled for 3 days, and it was at Kampala Serena Hotel. And this was also under, the basis of the just concluded G77 summit, because it was also being driven under the leaving no one behind, but in a business manner, where they did not want to leave any business person behind in relation to advancement in technology, in relation to how they can structure room for business partnerships. And on day one of the business forum, one would ideally say it was opened on day one, but it was officially opened by the Vice President on day two on behalf of the President of Uganda with the official opening. But with the East African Business Forum, it was more characterized with the private sector players, not only in Uganda, but within the East African bloc. And then we also had some few delegates coming in from the visiting member states in the country who were able to go through the different stalls, because there was an exhibition sort of where different companies were actually exhibiting or actually showcasing the various services,
especially the women in agribusiness. And
yes.
you know, what I noted most was women were being encouraged, one, to invest in value addition. Yes. Because at the end of the day, we've seen that agriculture, you know, can do more. And also I noticed that women were being encouraged to, you know, to step out, to be more productive, and that is why the agribusiness expo came in handy. We did even have some ministers and members of parliament attend this event, and some of these ones were interlocking when it came to you know, what came later, when, drawing closer to conclusions of the non-aligned movement and the G77 plus China summit. But please proceed.
And then also, when you mentioned about something that caught my attention, or what caught your attention, mine was the fact that I got to see armored vehicles or bulletproof vehicles that were showcased at the East Africa Business Forum. These ones were actually manufactured by NEC. So NEC is a subsidiary of the UPDF. Right. And of course there were quite many that were also being showcased. When you go on the other side of Chigo, where women in agriculture were highly advised to dig deeper into mechanization, because the world is actually evolving, and as much as they are seeking for quality and standard produce within the agricultural sector, many of those were highly advised to also utilize the aspect of mechanization. But well, amongst the other issues that were addressed during these two expos or summits on the sidelines of the main non-aligned movement summit was the fact that, especially for the women, the financing part of it is always very, it's actually like a lagging, something that is always lagging the women behind in regards to business and how they grow, or how their businesses expand. Because when you do not have capital, you do realize that at times you're more comfortable as long as your business is not collapsing. So many of them who want to expand beyond the borders were ideally, you know, calling out for support from international bodies and the government. And then also at the expo, you know, there were Ugandan businesses that have expanded beyond the borders. Businesses like the Bella Wines and you know, juices. Those are people who already have the market, but still, to further get back to what President Museveni was you know, highlighting in his speech, was we need to create room for free zones in order to see that partnerships grow, but also having markets for the goods. But when you look at the first 1 and 2 days of the non-aligned movement summit, you do realize that it was more characterized with closed door senior officials meetings. Then until we moved to day 3, when we from day 2 and day 3, when we started receiving heads of government and heads of state, you know, arriving in the country.
Great. Well, and of course, when you talk about the non-aligned movement, before we even cross over to the G77 plus China summit, you look at Monday to Saturday, and in there on Wednesday, it's when we saw what I would call the almost climax until before we start now moving downwards. That's when President Museveni was crowned chair of the non-aligned movement. And after that, of course, chaired and had a very great speech.
That was on day 5.
That was on Friday. Yes, on
5.
Friday. That's when we saw President Museveni deliver a very candid. Let me put it like that. A very candid speech.
Yes.
That he was not shaken in his speech, and he was really firm. But we may not be able to, like, you know, cut through everything, but we do have a final document that was released after the conclusion of the non-aligned movement. And maybe Olive could give us some of the things that we could take home from the final document that was released after the non-aligned movement summit was closed.
Well, thank you, Chantal. And once again, good morning, dear viewers. Now, what I remember from the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, the main point of contention was that the sovereignty of many countries is being infringed upon by different developed countries. And this was even included in the final document of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, where the leaders, the delegates and heads of states that were in there agreed that the rich and powerful countries continue to exercise an inordinate influence in determining the nature and direction of international relations, including economic and trade relations, as well as the rules governing these relations under what the president in his speech called the pretext of democracy for developing countries. And you remember in his speech, the president said, you cannot say you're democratic if your views are the only views that should be taken by other countries, especially developing countries.
Right.
So the members of the representatives from different states agreed that this needs to be cut down, that countries are different, the sovereignty of different countries has to be respected. And also in the final document, the heads of state the heads of state and government noted with concern that there is high-handedness and arbitraries which are rampant, while justice and truth are ruthlessly trampled underfoot. So they said the core principles of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference in internal affairs in international relations are overtly disregarded on the international arena. What does this mean? It's still in supplement to what I was mentioning before, saying that the rights of other countries are infringed upon on the international arena. That's when issues of trade come in, issues of economics come in, because at the international arena, sometimes you will find that, let's say, products for given developing countries are not recognized as worthy to be sold on the international market. And these rules are not made by Africans. They are made for this by these countries, for our countries, and they even go ahead. Remember in the president's speech where he mentioned they want us to export to them our raw materials, and then he highlighted they want us to buy from them.
But they don't want to buy from us.
Exactly. So it so happens that this is an issue that many developing countries are grappling with, and that's why many member states, even when you go to the G77, there was a resolution to have representation at the UN General Assembly where issues of trade for developing countries can be tackled and be handled, because at the end of the day our leaders were saying in unison, why are you deciding for us? Why are you making decisions for us? We don't have equal representation when it comes to these organizations, and if we don't have that, it means that as developing countries, their benefits we will never get, and all of the decisions made will be in helping, basically geared towards benefiting the countries that are already developed. And also the heads of state and government reaffirmed that the movement will remain guided in its endeavors by its founding principles, the principles enshrined in the Declaration on the Purposes and Principles and the role of the non-aligned movement in the present international juncture, adopted on the 14th of NAM Summit in Havana. So they still want to stay true to the principles and the reason why the Non-Aligned Movement Summit was formed. And on this is why you had many conversations regarding sovereignty and security and peace. These took center stage during discussions, and a key case in point was the conflict in Palestine. And all members of the non-allied movement decided and agreed in unison that this conflict has to come to an end, and called upon the international community to respect the sovereignty of Palestine. So for each country that is giving support to Israel to attack Palestine, the members of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit were like, this is wrong. We have to respect the boundaries of different countries. But also coming back to Africa, this same message was being given to some African countries that are now in cahoots with other countries to infringe on the sovereignty of another country. And the example here is Somalia and Somaliland, which wants to break away from Somalia. And they actually they were against the agreement that was signed by Ethiopia and Somaliland, because Ethiopia needed access to the sea. So they made an agreement where Ethiopia could now access the sea. And for Ethiopia, for Somalia, they said, doing this meant that you recognize Somaliland as a country, and this is infringing on our national sovereignty, so this has to stop. So those are among the key areas that the document looked at. But still continuing, the heads of state and government underlined that globalization continues to present opportunities, challenges and risks to the future and viability of developing countries, and that the process of globalization and trade liberalization has produced uneven benefits among and within states, while the global economy has been characterized by slow and lopsided growth and instability. And they say that developing countries, including small and vulnerable states, are susceptible to the adverse impact of the financial and economic crisis, climate change, recurrent food crisis, and energy prices and volatility. So basically, to simplify this, it is that with all the challenges the world is facing, case in point, climate change, you do realize that when we go to these, let's say COP28 or COP27, many people will be speaking about climate change. But at the end of the day, who have been the biggest gas emitters in the world? You'll find that it is mostly
the same individuals.
Exactly. Because the contribution of developing countries, like let's say in Africa, when it comes to climate change, is really low. But we are being affected. Look at, for example, here in Uganda, we cannot know for sure which season it's going to be. Is it going to shine? Is it going to rain? So it is even affecting the core source of income in, let's say, Uganda, which is agriculture. Because now farmers do not know when it is right to plant. For instance, January is supposed to be hot, but this January has been characterized by rainfall.
It was the Gatonia for the banana farmers, you know.
Exactly, but it's not supposed to be raining. Right now, we should be harvesting, maybe drying our produce and preparing our gardens for planting in March. And then last year, you remember, we had rains from around August. And in some places, there were floods. So there is the climate change problem, but when we are looking for solutions for climate change, developing countries are actually not really considered. And our heads of state were really vocal on this and saying we need solutions that are inclusive of helping all of us, not just a given section in the world.
You know, also in the final document, there is an element of peaceful settlement of disputes and non-use of threat to end violence, or non-use of threat or the use of force. And within the declaration, they're actually saying it's incumbent for the member states to promote and uphold, you know, the UN Charter, in regards to the principles of the UN Charter, rather, in regards to not pushing for force in case of any dispute within any member state, that at least there should be room for dialogue, there should be room for discussion to see that no bloodshed is supposed to be coming out from any country that is under the non-aligned movement. And of course, those are some of the you know, resolutions that were brought out within the final declaration.
Right, and the unfortunate bit for us right now is we've not been able to actually capture everything that was, you know, zeroed down to, or even the key highlights of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that was concluded last week. But also do note, yesterday we got to the closure of the G77 plus China Summit. We are very hopeful as a country, as the country that hosted the two summits, and we are looking forward to what this entails. We know for sure that this is not just closed, but it's a new opening for our country, and holding chair for the two, the Netherlands movement and the G77 plus China, means a lot. That means that we have a certain footing somewhere, we have a certain placing somewhere that we can utilize to grow as a country and all the other countries that are part of these two different organizations. Well, we can't go further than that. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. Coming up is Tourism Express with Alena Misango.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to, you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
How to use the EIPP. Welcome to the Electronic Investors and Protection Portal, your guide to seamless investment processes in Uganda. Step 1. Navigate the portal. Start by searching Protection statehouseinvest.go.ug. On Google, use the menu bar for various tasks. Step 2. Submitting a complaint. To lodge a complaint, click Report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select Inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose Whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
A very good morning to all our viewers wherever you're catching us from. This is the right decision that you have made to stick around, because this is the perfect time when we talk about Uganda's tourism, when we uncover everything that you need to know about Uganda's tourism. Now, Uganda is the Pearl of Africa, and there is a reason to why it was named the Pearl of Africa, because it is not named to any other country in Africa and across the world, because Uganda has the unique beauty that you cannot find anywhere else. When we talk about the unique wildlife species that we have here, the beautiful landscapes, they are ever changing. 1 minute you're in a hilly area, another time you're in a valley, then you have a plateau. Like the landscapes are increased, like are beautiful. You just need to be here and explore them. And then when we talk about the beautiful lakes, Uganda is dotted with a number of beautiful lakes. Like when we call Uganda the Pearl of Africa, if you're not sure, or you just want to prove this, you just need to get time and explore Uganda. And most of the Ugandans don't even believe this, because they have not been maybe to the countryside of the country, maybe going to the southwestern region, going to Karamoja region. Like Uganda has so much beauty that needs to be explored, and it awaits for you just to go out there. And just after we are done with the summits, our pledge or our request to the Ugandan government as the tourism sector is that may you continue bidding for more summits to come into the country. Let us not just talk about these 2 summits that we had, but we can have more summits coming into the country, and that can increase on the tourist arrivals, but also injecting more money in the economy of the country. Well, it is a chilly Tuesday, and January is really getting more weird, because we are so much used to having January that is so hot, like being warm, putting on those open clothes because it is always sunny. But now it is really getting weird, and that takes us to the so many conversations that are always online about climate change. Like, I think this is the time that we should all embark on this and just see that we get something to do. Like, maybe if it is a campaign for tree planting, please, if you can, just engage in that so that we do something about climate change. Who knows, maybe in 50 years in Uganda we could be having winter. Well, I'm not a weather analyst, but that was just a by the way. And just getting into the travel news today, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority together with Ministry of Tourism have again set the Uganda Wildlife Marathon that is set to happen on 25th of February this very year, 2024, and the theme still this year is educating the children of fallen rangers. So since 2020, that was the last time we had this wildlife marathon. We had several, it had picked up, and huge numbers of people would come in just to run and educate the fallen rangers, because this theme has been there maybe for consecutively like 3 years. But the last marathon was held in 2020, and because of COVID, we've not been having these marathons, but it is now back. You just need to set yourself, you just need to get ready, and you know, each kit that you buy, you are sending back children of fallen rangers back to school. And this is very important. The theme is very important because we are honoring and supporting the families of the rangers that they left behind, and we are just commemorating their efforts that they put into conservation. So just reserve that date and start preparing, maybe jogging around, so that come 25th February, you're ready to take on the marathon and take back children of the fallen rangers to school. Well, that is it that we had for you in the travel news. And just getting into the attraction, that is the most interesting bit and of the day, is talking about the attraction. And today we are taking on Queen Elizabeth National Park. However, whereas Queen Elizabeth National Park has so many significant attractions, when you talk about the tree climbing lions of Inshasha sector, you talk about Chambura Gorge for the chimps, you talk about the immense wildlife species that are in this place, the crater lakes. Queen Elizabeth, almost everywhere that you drive, you're going to find a crater lake. You also think about Katwe, Lake Katwe, the salt mining lake, and so you could be thinking that that is all that we have in Queen Elizabeth National Park. But today we take you to Kazinga Channel. And Kazinga Channel was initially the most significant attraction in Queen Elizabeth National Park, because when it was gazetted in 1952, it was named Kazinga National Park because of the Kazinga Channel. However, in 1954, then it was changed after the visit of Queen Elizabeth, and then it was named after the Queen, that Queen Elizabeth National Park. But Kazinga Channel is amazingly beautiful. Like when you go to this place, the serene environment is something that you need to observe and take in. And you know that this is one of the places in Uganda where you're going to find several wildlife species grazing together. You will see hippos, you will see buffaloes, you will see elephants all in one place, and they are grazing or taking water. And this place has like a huge number of bird species. So if you're a bird watcher, you just need to come here and spot or spend some time on a boat cruise and view the different wildlife species. Kazinga Channel is a 32 to 40 kilometer channel that joins Lake Edward and Lake George. And Lake George is a small lake in Uganda of covering about 250 square kilometers, and Lake Edward is at the border of Uganda and DRC Congo. So the channel joins these two lakes, but having a boat cruise on this channel gives you a panoramic view of the surrounding, like the surrounding so beautiful, giving you a very amazing or picturesque backdrop for the Kazinga Channel. And when you're here, you be sure of spotting different wildlife species like the elephants, hippos. Actually, Kazinga Channel is one of the world's biggest concentration of hippos. Like if you want to see hippos in big numbers, you need to visit Kazinga Channel. Then you be sure of seeing elephants and the Nile crocodiles. You will see a crocodile with a bird standing on it. Like it is just amazing. You see the ecosystem depending on each other. Imagine seeing an elephant feeding on, maybe taking water from the channel, and then a bird is standing on it. Like they're just amazing things that you will see on Kazinga Channel. And if you're just this person who wants to enjoy the cool breeze and enjoy the maybe taking nice photos, just breathing in that fresh air, Kazinga Channel is the spot for you. Well, that is it that we had for you from Queen Elizabeth National Park, particularly talking about Kazinga Channel. And now getting into the travel tip of the day, it is do not over-expect. As you're traveling, most of the people when they're traveling, they overhype their expectations. They're expecting to see maybe very many things, the accommodation, they're expecting it to be up there, but do not over-expect. Let everything just hit you by surprise. Now, like just our delegates, when they came in the country, they're surprised that we have the nice roads, we have the accommodation facilities that they slept in. Like even you as you're traveling, don't over-expect. Just go and let everything hit you by surprise. That is it that we had for you. I am Irene Alena Misango, Uganda Uncovered. Thank you.
Hello and good morning here. Welcome on board to BMU Business Update this morning, and many thanks for sticking around to the show. And well, we now get into the world of business this time round, of which we start with a very interesting report as the government is set to start exploration for oil and gas in Teso. This is scheduled to kick-start off next month of February, as the Ministry of Energy is currently consulting and sensitizing locals and their leaders about its plans to identify potential oil basins in the Teso sub-regions. Well, the ministry made the revelation during a consultation meeting with district leaders from Soroti and Kalachi. That was last week. Then Joshua Lukaye, the principal geochemist in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development attached to the Department of Petroleum, Exploration, Development and Production, said on Friday that the mineral exploration exercise will continue with different stakeholders, including landowners. So as it kicks off in February, what they have to do is make sure that they put the leaders and the locals in sync with what the government is expecting out of the Teso sub-region, or what the government is intending to achieve with those particular surveys that will be kicking off next month in Teso. So for the people in the Teso sub-region, you highly expect a technical team from the government, that is majorly from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which as well will be having some experts from the other developed countries, or especially in the world of oil and gas. So if you see any technical person from China, a bit Nigeria within your region, then know that is something that they are up and about to achieve. Now also, when you look at what is in Soroti, the government expects to conduct a search for oil in the sub-counties of Ochoikan, Kamoda, Lale, Katine, and in Kalachi. They will be also exploring Bululu amongst these sub-regions, or amongst these particular sub-counties in the Teso sub-region. Now, the vice chairperson of Kalachi, that is Pasco Ogwal, said that the government needs to conduct thorough engagement meetings with the local communities to enlighten them, since this is a new program which involves engaging landowners. And of course, we do know the issue of land is something that is very critical when you look at it from the Ugandan perspective in most of the communities. Now also, Soroti City West Member of Parliament, that is Jonathan Ebwaru, Honorable Jonathan Ebwaru, said the lawmakers are ready to pay any price, and their blood will not flow in vain. If they want to kill, let them kill. If they want to take, let them do it. But we shall not allow anybody to defy our land. That is according to the Member of Parliament from Soroti City West. But of course, when you look at the government intentions, normally is to make sure that, first of all, they have to put the leaders and the locals in sync before they carry out with the survey. Of course, when you look at Uganda's oil and gas journey, in Hoima 2025, which is next year, is where Uganda expects to receive its first drop of oil, and the expectations are high. That is why government is highly interested, if at all we do have any mineral within the region, that will definitely grow our economy. So the oil and gas journey is something that Uganda is looking at deeply to change the economy, or as a game changer for Uganda's economy. And well, away from that, we now move on further into agribusiness this time round, as we look at coffee. We all know how coffee is very important as a crop, or as a cash crop, to Uganda's economy. And this time round, Uganda's plans to triple its coffee exports by 2030 seem to be taking the right steps, as coffee exporters record a surge in the number of coffee bags brought in by farmers. Now, at least 6.5 million bags of coffee were collected in 2023 compared to 6.2 million the previous year of 2022. At the Uganda Coffee Factory, trucks carrying coffee offload the coffee bags and are weighed and checked by the in charge of standards. If you look at the proceedings that normally happen. Now, in 2023, Uganda Coffee Development Authority receipts closed near $1 billion of revenue earned from coffee exports, with November alone having coffee exports of 425,526 bags, earning the country 265 billion Ugandan shillings. Now, Robusta Coffee continues to be Uganda's leading brand from the coffee direction. However, the exporters note that Uganda has capacity to better if smallholder farmers who continue to dominate the sector are empowered to become large-scale farmers. And of course, you see, the issue is always expanding. Some people are more comfortable growing on a smaller scale because they do not have the support to expand. And this is where most of the farmers are seeking for government support to see that they can expand and then export on a larger scale, or be able to produce coffee on a larger scale. However, middlemen who buy coffee at low prices remain a problem to farmers. Most of these ones benefit more because they are majorly in the private sector, where the middlemen who go to these particular farms end up buying at a cheaper price, but then sell them off at a higher price. So they end up benefiting simply because some of the farmers have less information about the market changes or what is on the market. And so the middlemen, or what you could call the brokers, tend to utilize the opportunity, the naivety of these farmers to get the better out of these particular deals. Now, Italy and Germany are the first coffee destination, while Sudan and Morocco in Africa follow when it comes to countries that receive Uganda's coffee. Lastly, from our business this morning, we look at the forex market and see how different currencies were trading and faring as of close of business yesterday. The US dollar on Monday opened at 3,800.25, while selling with 3,810.25. By midday, the US dollar was the US dollar was buying at 3,802.29, while selling at 3,812.29. Then closing time saw the US dollar buy at 3,805.08, while selling at 3,815.08. Then Great Britain pound was buying at 4,837.77, while selling at 4,850.49. The euro was buying at 4,149.05, while selling at 4,159.96. The Kenyan shilling was buying at 23.41 shillings, while selling at 23.47 shillings. The Tanzanian shilling was buying at 1.50 shillings, while selling at 1.51 shillings. The South African rand was buying at 199.65 shillings, while selling at 200.18 shillings. So that is how you will find the market within the forex exchange. Well, and that's it for our business this morning. Till tomorrow, when I will return to give you more updates from the business world. Stick around though, because the traffic updates is coming up with Olive Monica Najuma.
It is a chilly Tuesday morning. Good morning. I hope that you covered up and warm. And by covered up, I don't mean stay in bed, because it's a working day and you're expected to be hitting the road right now, or even already on the road to get to your place of business. My name is Olive Monica Najuma, here to take you through our traffic updates this morning. Now, if you are coming from the areas of Sentema, this is where we are going to put our focus today and see how the roads look like this morning in this area. So when you look at your screen right now, we are in the Sentema area, seeing how best we can maneuver and navigate through traffic this morning. Now, Sentema has zones of traffic there that you can see in red, and the green is for smooth flow of traffic, whereas orange is for hold up, or where areas where traffic is starting to build up. Now, moving along on Sentema Road, most of the part, at least where we are at right now, is mostly orange, which is indicative of a slow movement of traffic for people that are coming through from Sentema Road. And of course, going ahead, we now encounter a few green zones indicative of smooth flow of traffic, but then the red zones come in and the orange zones as well, as we continue ahead and navigate through traffic this morning. So for the most part, you will be driving at a slow pace coming from Sentema Road, heading to the sides of Namungona area and other surrounding areas, depending on where you're going this morning. For the most part, you're going to be moving really slow because of the orange zones I'm seeing here. You know, that traffic where you don't really have to switch off your engine, but at the same time you cannot accelerate too much. That's the kind of situation we are envisioning this morning on Sentema Road. Now, moving ahead, I see smooth flow of traffic just before Sentema Road transitions into the roundabout at the bypass here at Namungona. Now, close to the bypass, there is some bit of traffic jam coming in from Sentema Road and going to the other end of the bypass. But looking at the bypass itself, there is a smooth flow of traffic. Actually, even the red zones that are usually characterized by the roundabout are not there this morning. And as we continue ahead still with the Sentema Road, you will realize that after the bypass, there is smooth flow of traffic, but then there in midway, you will encounter a little bit of an encumbrance. And then going ahead on Sentema Road, I see that part of the road as of this morning is actually closed. So if you're coming from Sentema through the bypass, please note that there is a part where you're going to find Sentema Road closed. And it is quite a big part, so you should be advised you may consider taking an alternate route like Masiro Road, because here the road is open. You should be able to move from the roundabout at the bypass to Masiro Road, because Sentema Road, as you can see on your screen, is closed off for the most part. Other parts of it are open, especially if you're coming from Chiimba Road to join Sentema Road, then you should be able to move, because this is way ahead of where the road is closed. But if you're coming from the bypass side, do not go ahead, because you will now have to turn around and use an alternative route. Now, still continuing ahead, I see that Chiwewa Road is bringing in a bit of traffic jam, feeding it into Sentema Road, and Chitakule Road has smooth flow of traffic as of this morning. Continuing ahead, still along Sentema Road, we see that in this area there is mostly, for the most part, there is a smooth flow of traffic. Mutesa 1 Road has smooth flow of traffic, the same as Kamanya Road on still as it feeds into Sentema Road. Now, looking at the zone where Sentema Road feeds into Albert Cook Road, I see a bit of traffic coming through from Albert Cook Road and joining that intersection where Sentema Road also joins Albert Cook Road. Now, following Albert Cook Road, there is a bit of traffic jam that is coming through from Kasalina Road joining Albert Cook Road. At this juncture, we are in the Mengo area, so people coming through from these areas, you should be advised. Though there isn't much traffic on the main road, there is a bit of traffic that is coming in from Zake Road as it connects to Albert Cook Road, but even that is not so intense for you to be afraid. Moving ahead still with Albert Cook Road, the intersection that joins about 4 roads, where we see Willis Road, Chadondo Road, Albert Cook Road. Here you will have a bit of a delay, but not that intense. And moving ahead, people coming in from Willis Road, that area that has Mengo Primary School, there is no traffic over there, so you should be in position to move to your area of destination. Now, as Chadondo Road crosses through Albert Cook Road, we experience a bit of traffic jam here, and that might cost you about 5 minutes. And as you move along, Chadondo Road is now smooth, so there is smooth flow of traffic in this area. So if you're maneuvering from areas of Mengo, Rubaga Road, Sentema Road, this is how the traffic situation is standing as of this minute in these areas. But please do not, it is a chilly morning, the roads are a bit slippery, and for some reason people usually wait until the rain is done for them to hit the road. So if you are about to leave home, you should be leaving at this minute when the roads are still clear, because by 9 a.m. the situation could have changed and you may find yourself stuck in traffic. Well, that's it for now. We will be bringing you Agenda with Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono in a bit. My name is Olive Monica Najima.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC. was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Junko. Yo. Wachiko. Check the shopping man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sewatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Junko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
How to use the EIPP. Welcome to the Electronic Investors and Protection Portal, your guide to seamless investment processes in Uganda. Step 1. Navigate to the portal. Start by searching protectionstatehouseInvest.go.ug. On Google, use the menu bar for various tasks. Step 2. Submitting a complaint. To lodge a complaint, click Report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select Inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose Whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
This week on UBC.
It is not albinism. It is not a cancer. It is not witchcraft. It is not that one has HIV/AIDS. It is not contagious. Does not spread through close contact, touching or sharing personal items. No way is it linked to being burnt by twins. It is called vitiligo.
Vitiligo is when a patient presents with part of his body has lost color.
Living with vitiligo has been sometimes challenging when I got older, but when I was younger it was a bit, okay. But as you get older, you feel the stigma around you. Even yourself, you start self-stigmatizing.
I started small spots and immediately people said it's abalongo. It was too much on me. Others would say that I aborted twins.
2009, that's how it started on my skin with small patches, and I thought it was ringworms.
My first pose that made me famous, it was this one. My second pose that made me famous was this pose. I was just like this. People loved it so much.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Uganda Agenda. It is a cold weather, so in case you're coming to town or you have infants, the best thing is to keep them warm, ensure they are in safe hands. Carry yourself something that will keep you warm, an umbrella, a cardigan or something of that sort, because yes, we know it is January and nobody thought it would be fairly cold as it is. However, life has to continue. We have to work. We have also to let the public know of what is happening both locally and internationally. And this morning, we want to look at what next after the non-allied movement summit and the G77 plus China. We had them and we can confidently say that we had successful summits. Both the non-allied movement, it was a success, it was peaceful, the weather was okay. We didn't have any outstanding that one would look at and say Uganda failed on this. Also the G77, the third South Summit, was also a great success, we must say, and of course our visitors, some are still in the country, others will be leaving. But we give the glory to God and of course thank our security agencies, the organizing committee that were able to pull it off successfully. But now the issue is, it's come, it's gone, what next? And joining me to discuss this, I have Ambassador Henry Mayiga, who is the Consulate General, Uganda's Consulate General in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chirabo, and good morning, our viewers.
Now, Ambassador, a quick one. This we have said, we have re-echoed, but to our fellow countrymen, those that could have been inconvenienced by the presence of these guests, say some that were not able to work because these routes were so sensitive, some that were not able to access their ways to their homes as usual, and other areas where, of course, for the safety and the image of our country had to go through that. One would wonder, now that these conferences are done, these two summits are done, what do we stand to benefit?
Absolutely. I saw, first of all, I think you did good to thank Ugandans for keeping calm all throughout this time. With the NAM summit, the G77 plus China summit, but of course even a little earlier we had the Speakers Conference, the Commonwealth Speakers Conference, and of course IGAD, so it was a mixed grill, should I say. And Ugandans have been very patient because I remember the road works that were ongoing, and I remember the Minister of Works, General Katumba Wamala, talking about the repairs of roads that were being undertaken by government. All these, of course, plus when these summits, when these meetings happened, of course, there was a little bit of inconvenience to pedestrians to motorists to people who do brisk business on most of the routes that were being used by the visitors. But having said that, of course, we have to look at the bigger picture, that yes, the inconvenience was there, but what are we going to benefit? What have we benefited? I mean, the first one was, of course, the upgrade of the infrastructure, because the delegates have not gone away with that infrastructure. It is remaining with us, and we're going to use it. And according to the Minister of Works, these are things which are going to continue, road repairs and so on and so forth.
We highly pray they will continue.
Absolutely.
And because there's a lot of unfinished work.
Absolutely.
Much as first we were told we have reached this percentage, 83% of all the infrastructure, but when you move through, there's still a lot that has to be completed. So we hope that this will not end with the departure of guests, but they will ensure that actually all these works are completed.
Absolutely. I have the confidence that the government is going to continue with those works. Of course, there are always impediments to do with the cash flow in terms of, because those things consume money. And therefore, but I have the confidence, and I derive that confidence in what the Minister of Works, General Katumba Wamala, said, that these works are going to continue. They've been there before. And so it's work in progress, I want to believe. And of course, the inconvenience, we must say that people were inconvenienced, as we've said before. But the important one is for us to look at the bigger picture. What are the benefits out of these things, as you have asked? The first one, I want to put these things at two levels. The first one is at the level of our country. What have we benefited? And then we'll go to the international scenes and the obligations, of course, that we have as a country that hosted these meetings at the international level. But as a country, of course, for me, like I've said before, it was a diplomatic coup that we could pull off all these meetings. As we have said, I don't want to repeat the meetings because everybody has been here to see them. It was a diplomatic coup at a time when some on the international scene have wanted to isolate this country by imposing sanctions on both individuals and probably even withdrawing support to our country and chasing out of some trade unions like Ogwal and so on. And so somebody at some point, I think, wished that this country becomes isolated. We are not, because the very reason why 55% of the global community were here in the capital city and in the names of NAM. I don't want to remind Ugandans that NAM is a composition of 121 countries. There used to be 120 member states, but with the addition of Southern Sudan, we are now 121 plus 20 observer states and 10 observer organizations. So all these, groups converging on the capital, in my view, is an addition, because they've spent money here. They've given money to the hotels. They've done, probably they have bought crafts. I mean, and all these things are addition to the economy. The money has stayed here in this country, and therefore, in my view, that is another plus. Of course, there are business deals that were signed during the process of these meetings, and what we saw from Uganda Investment Authority is that we are going to get something like an addition of $1 billion in terms of investment, which is also an addition to us. And I think we should take pride in these meetings. The national pride, in my view, is upped as a result of us hosting.
So globally, this has boosted the country's profile and influence.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we have come from far. I don't know whether in the past, because in the first place, in my lifetime, adult lifetime, I've not seen this country hosting these many meetings in just almost one go, in a row. Commonwealth Speakers Conference, NAM, IGAD, G77 plus China, in one go, in just the space of about 2 weeks. All these things have been done and without a glitch. And so for me, that is on the international scene something that we need to boast about as a country. I don't know who else has had these kinds of meetings, which other countries had this opportunity of hosting all these meetings at the one go.
We're the first country actually in Africa to host the G77 plus China. Then we're the first country to have the chairmanship of both the non-allied movement and the G77 plus China. No country has ever had that. And also unique about it, we are the second country to host. That is the G77 plus China after a period of 18 years without these people sitting. So here comes Uganda. What an opportunity. Now, Ambassador, at the closure of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, His Excellency, and I want to quote, made this statement: "We shall clearly define priorities that favor developing countries by maintaining unity, solidarity, and collective coordination among member states in line with the Badang principles." Now, when we listen to such a statement, a question comes up to how are we going to do this? Let's begin with JASNAM, which is a political organization, 122 countries, developing countries, they're meeting to do what His Excellency says and what they should continue doing. Membership, you don't pay. What is discussed depends on the political leadership of these countries and the technocrats, if they see it as something they can adopt. So at this level, with the structure of NAM, how can we move forward? Where is the practicability of issues that were discussed? If you listen to them, those that came out, they had issues of the date, they had issues of Palestine, they had issues regarding reform of financial institutions. So they had climate change, and here they are developing countries.
Absolutely, I agree, and I really want to appreciate the gusto with which the President spoke about those priorities. The moment you don't prioritize, it becomes extremely difficult if you're a leader to proceed to do the very things that you are tasked to do. I am happy that the President spoke very eloquently about those things, and at the end of the day, and specifically as you said that we have to speak about NAM, at the end of the day, there was the Kampala Declaration that talks about all those positions that were taken by the member states, and they're binding on all the member states to make sure that these things are implemented.
When you say binding, Ambassador, let's get it very clear. For example, when we look at some of the protocols that Uganda has ratified, they are binding because it can be held accountable. Though even in some of them, these countries are failing. If we say by this period, 15% of your budget should be going to agriculture, we've not gotten there. But when it comes to the NAM, there's a difference. That's why people will tell you what was agreed in Baku. You'll see that even the Kampala Declaration was like an addition. And when you go to key issues that were being discussed, much as are giving their positions, but you would see, we promote that voice of aggressiveness. Wasn't
Absolutely.
Anywhere reading through.
No, the voice is loud and clear to everybody who would want to listen to it, in my view. Because yes, of course, NAM may at the moment lack the political muscle to enforce whatever is decided. But the voice is very clear, because how does that voice stand out? In my view, because it's going to be run by a secretariat that is chaired by Ambassador Adonia Ayebare, and all these people who are part and parcel of this group, the diplomats who are stationed in New York and are part and parcel of the NAM by way of representing their countries, are going to be chaired by Adonia Ayebare. And out of that, I am sure it will be an obligation on the shoulders of all the member states to ensure that these things are implemented. And there are quite a number of things. Of course, I have read the document, the Kampala Declaration.
43.
Absolutely. And I mean the Kampala Declaration, which spells out most of these positions that were taken
about 43
by NAM.
positions.
Absolutely. But the President, of course, speaks about the priorities. Priorities are many, and you're talking about over 100 of them. But let me single out just a few for purposes of us really advancing this argument. I mean, when you talk about, for instance, the non-interference in internal affairs of other states. Yes, I mean, you might be concerned about the democratic practices that you have in your home turf, but we also have our own way of doing our democracy. And that's why I like the Chinese, because the Chinese say that they have a democracy with Chinese characteristics. And therefore, much as you may not see political parties the way they operate in China, just like they do in the US, does not disqualify one country from being democratic from another, because I mean, like in China, it's a different breed of democracy, and therefore you're not going to come to China and tell them how to do their democracy, and you're not going to come to Uganda to tell us how to do our democracy. So that non-interference in the affairs of other states, unless really a state becomes run by a group of people who are completely out of touch with the realities on the ground, like the basic principles of democracy. I mean, if you, for instance, have regular and predictable elections like we have in our country, that everybody, Mr. Chirabo and others, can contest in those elections, these basics are extremely important. As long as a country does those basics, you're not going to come from outside that country to dictate to that country how to do things. Climate change is, of course, another, which has been talked about. We had COP28 in Dubai just recently, which was a follow-up of what had been agreed in Egypt and also in Paris before, where the COP27 and COP26 happened. And there were commitments that were made by various countries, especially the West, that they would fund efforts to make sure that climate change is mitigated. And that funding has not come. So those are commitments that probably NAM thought that they would touch on during the Kampala meeting and ensure that they are reinforced. There are quite a number of other things like gender, which were discussed, and I have been very happy that women groups in this country have been very passionate about the discussions, how the gender agenda can be taken forward. And youth things also came up. There are so many things in that document, which in my view, we may not really touch on each one of them, but these are important issues on the globe, on the global stage, and which must be taken forward. Now, as to whether NAM has the teeth to bite and ensure that these things are actually implemented to the latter is one thing, I think, which is our responsibility as a country. And I'm happy that the president is equal to the job. The team he has put in place through Ambassador Adonia Ebare is also equal to the job. And I want to believe that through negotiations, through meetings, through consultations, through consensus, many of these things are going to be seen through, so much so that by the time another NAM happens after 3 years, definitely there will be a review, and then people will be asking themselves, how much have we achieved? Important on the agenda, of course, something to do with the reforming the UN Security Council. And the other day when Donald Trump was still president of the US, I saw him speak about it, that there is need to reform the UN Security Council. So it is very important for us to take cognizance of that, that if somebody from the Western world can also talk our language, that means probably we are getting somewhere. And so if we can press that button a little further, the representation of Africa and the rest of the places which have unfairly not been represented in the UN Security Council can realize the dream of having that representation. I want to believe that we are equal to the job as a country in terms of leadership, in terms of the technical teams that have been put in place to ensure that.
Now you're talking of being equal to the job, but where are we getting the financial muscle? I had a permanent Secretary Minister of Foreign Affairs saying that we shall be having to coordinate meetings. Some of these will be in New York as the chair, and an estimate of about 19 billion is required during our tenure. That is for the non-aligned movement. Now, Ambassador, this is an organization of voluntary membership. You don't subscribe in terms of money. It doesn't have a serious, clear source of funding. It almost lies entirely on the country that is taking the mantle for leadership. How do we move forward?
We will move forward. I have the trust and the confidence in the government of Uganda, the Yoweri Museveni administration, because that money, first of all, has to be budgeted for. It has to be budgeted for. It has to be given a slot in the budget of the Minister of Foreign Affairs so that we can take forward this thing. And we in the diplomatic missions also have a responsibility of ensuring that those things are discussed as much as possible in our respective duty stations. And I want to believe that in spite of the fact that, yes, we need that 19 billion, which has been talked about by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, other resources will definitely come by. You remember what happened before we hosted these meetings, that friends came to support. And I want to mention China and India that came to that came in to support these efforts, because these efforts are extremely important for the survival of the developing countries. If we don't, as developing countries, devote resources for these efforts, it will be our mistake and we will live to regret it. So we must put aside resources as a country, but of course the support, I want to believe that it will also come, because the others also know our capacity in terms of resources. And so I want to believe that through, again, the good leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, we as a country are going to raise those monies at the national level, but also at the international level, to make sure that the decisions that were taken by NAM are implemented to the latter, because it's extremely important. A leave, or I mean, a do or not do, you know, kind of situation. Because if you don't do those things, then you are the ones to blame. I like the proverb the Baganda use, that in that if we ourselves don't take the responsibility of ensuring that the provisions of the Kampala declarations, are not implemented, is us who will lose. So it's extremely important that these resources must be availed at the national level and also at the international level. And given the fact that President Yoweri Museveni is equal to the job, and the technical teams that he has put in place are also equal to the job, I am sure we're going to raise these resources at both the national and international level to ensure that the Kampala Declaration is implemented.
Now, that said, let's look at the fact that much as an allied movement was founded on political issues, pushing for independence, ensuring they strengthen their independence and not being colonized, and then you think you're done and later on. But with all this being discussed, NAM faces a very big challenge. I remember this wasn't during NAM, but was at the opening of the G77 when we had His Excellency Dennis Francis, the President of the UN General Assembly, saying that at one time we thought coups were a done thing in Africa. But it's a shame that even now we are still having coups in the 21st century within Africa. When you look at Africa today, when you look at these developing countries under NAM, many of them, they are in conflict, and not only saying that internal conflicts, but cross-border conflicts. You have Rwanda saying, no, we are not the ones. DRC saying, you're the ones. And then border, don't come this way. You look at a country like Ethiopia, Sudan, saying, no, we don't see eye to eye. Then when you go to West Africa, you're the one harboring, you're the one forcing. And the principles of non-intervention. Yet we see these bodies, contrary to maybe the United Nations, where His Excellency said we should change also away from saying peacekeeping. You can't peacekeep where we should have peace. So how do they move with this big challenge of conflict?
Absolutely. It is of course abundantly clear that at the time NAM was formed, most of these countries we are talking about were not independent. Right now, of course, the situation has changed, and the national building, in my view, is something that is a process.
And also to add, at that time, they had a common enemy.
Of course, they had a common enemy.
Today, some are enemies amongst themselves.
Absolutely.
Others are fighting wars because it is pre-colonial period that is affecting them. So the dynamics are
absolutely. I want to agree with you, but of course the thing has been shifting in terms of how things are unfolding, because now most of the countries that we are talking about are actually independent, and so that requires that you also change. Like again, the Baganda said, yeah, all these things come into play. So most of us are now independent, and the challenges are different from the time, for instance, immediately after the Second World War, that most of these countries were not independent, but now we are independent, and now the conflicts are not with the former enemy per se. Yes, that enemy is still there because he has also changed. He has also changed form, because in the past, when he was that enemy, the colonial enemy, was actually ruling us, the problem was different. Now he's not ruling us politically. He's using his economic muscle to control us, to make sure that they throw some little money here and there, sometimes to the political groups that you have in your respective countries, sometimes even fomenting trouble. Because I wish people knew what was happening in Sudan, for instance, because for the layman, he might imagine that probably Sudan is just a group of unprincipled people. But of course, the international players came there to confuse the situation. That's why I have a war. But I don't want to, because that is not part of us. So the problems of these countries, the member states of NAM, have actually changed. And human nature, there will always be conflicts, and we must be prepared. For me, the most important issue is whether we have a mechanism that can address these things. And it's so good that you're talking about the difference between peacekeeping and peace enforcement. Because peacekeeping, you just go there to watch groups and make sure that you say, okay, for you, you have been shooting at this side, so you keep this side, the other side also keeps, and then you kind of stand in the middle. But peace enforcement is different, like SADC is now doing in the DRC. You actually come in and you're going to do real combat with those who you think are destabilizing the bona fide government of that country. So there is a difference between those two. And in the past, of course, when NAM was being formed, we were not talking about either peace keeping or peace enforcement. We were talking about liberation. The issue was about liberation.
Solving conflicts through peaceful resolutions or solutions.
Yeah, but I must add that at that time, since we were not independent, especially African countries, that the situation was different, because it was fighting to liberate these countries so that they become independent. And so the thing has shifted a little bit, because it's not completely the way it was after World War II. It's now different because, like rightly you have put it, that there is a conflict between Burundi and Rwanda, DRC and Rwanda. There is now something that is simmering between Ethiopia and Somalia. There is a problem in Southern Sudan, although it has gone a little bit quiet. There is a problem in Sudan, and there have been coups in West Africa. All these things arise out, and I believe that you believe in the Bible, that wherever there are people, there will always be conflicts. But since we know that conflicts are going to be there, even amongst or between member states of the NAM, for me, the most important thing that we should have in mind is how we devise a mechanism of ensuring that we foster peace between member states, or even intra conflicts in a member, because sometimes actually the conflict is internal. How do we come on board as NAM? And that mechanism, I understand from the Kampala Declaration, one of the things that have been mentioned there is that we should ensure that peace prevails in these member states. And that commitment to me is very important. Otherwise, if the document was silent about it, that would have meant that probably nobody cares. Sometimes diplomacy is very interesting. It may not be that you are going to do it openly. There were, for instance, so many side meetings in Munyonyo that the public does not know about, between the different countries that are having conflict, and between the groups in one country that are having conflict. All those side meetings were very important, but of course nobody is going to factor them into a document like the Kampala Declaration. But these side meetings that happened in Munyonyo are extremely important in as far as enforcing peace is concerned in the NAM states. So I think we are on the right trajectory, and as far as I'm concerned, that this Kampala Declaration is now our guide as NAM. If we must focus, for instance, on reforming the UN Security Council, so be it, and we should aggressively pursue it. It is about climate change, we should aggressively pursue it. If it's about peacekeeping and peace enforcement, let's pursue it, and so on and so forth.
Well, we are still looking at what next after the Non-Allied Movement Summit and the third South Summit of the G77 plus China. Now, let's look at the agenda that the president said Uganda will focus on. Of course, he mentioned the 4 areas that Uganda we have used as leads to development, that is ICT, the service, commercial, agriculture, industrialization. But he said during his term of office, Uganda will strive for further promotion and acceleration of the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Now, those are Millennium Sustainable Goals. Now, when you look at these SDGs, 2030 is not far. Actually, it's about 7 years. We'll be in 2030. All the way from 2005, since the world, the UN sat and said, this should be our target. What is the possibility of Uganda chairing now the G77 plus China, and now within this short remaining period of time, of which most of these require collective pushing for them at a forum where there are quite other forums with also their interests?
Absolutely, I agree. But it's just like at family level, that every year you make resolutions. This year we must finish the house. This year I probably want to buy a car. This year we will save as much as we can so that we don't borrow money to pay fees. These are the same things. That the ultimate thing that is put forward is that the goal is for us to have realized the SDGs by 2030. Whether that is achievable within the remaining 7 years or not should not stop
because
us.
we seem not to be on the, we seem to be failing.
Absolutely, and I'm coming to that one because the road to 2030, how has it been? You remember that we had the pandemic which affected the globe, and that must have affected a lot of things. Even many member states actually of the NAM, even the UN community itself, are still reeling, they are still recovering from what happened as a result of the pandemic. Because I mean, you remember the lockdowns, for instance, that we had in this country, and nothing of really substantial economic value that we were doing as a country. And it affected most of the countries. In Dubai, where I live, they were also affected because they basically rely on commerce. But commerce became extremely impossible. And now, coupled with that, coupled with the pandemic, people don't want many times to focus on the issue of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and how it has affected the globe in terms of commerce, in terms of politics, in terms of so many things. You remember how the prices were crashing here, the prices of oil or fuel, if you want. So we are still recovering from that, and I want to believe that those two, plus probably other things, unforeseen things, that were not probably in people's minds in 2000 when the SDGs were being set, came into forestall the pace at which we were supposed to move towards the achievables in 2030. That was extremely important, but of course that shouldn't stop us from working towards achieving the SDGs in 2030, because what is the alternative anyway? To give up? Of course we can't give up. We should just push forward these things. And then in 2030, of course, people are going to review. But also there are some reviews every year. That as Uganda, for instance, because I want to speak about the country which I know much more than any other country. In our own country, what have we achieved? Well, I mean, when you come to the gender issues, the ladies have made great headway in terms of occupying public places. We may not have reached 100% of those, achievables, but in terms of probably having representation, they are doing very well. Now, water is one of, making sure that everybody has access to safe water. That, in my view,
leaving no one behind.
Leaving no one behind. Infrastructure, yes. Countrywide, we are not doing so badly. The city roads here, yes, might have issues, like actually they do, but up country, infrastructure has improved, and people's incomes have also gone up. I mean, there are so many other things where we have made headway in terms of the SDGs. But in spite of the fact that we have had so many problems along the way, that shouldn't deter us from continuing to pursue these very good ideas, these very good goals, to ensure that by 2030 there is something that will have been done. Of course, the pace has been reduced.
Let's look at His Excellency talking about scaling up action towards climate change and biodiversity. Now, these countries, they emit less, but suffer most because they're developing countries. The global north has had its commitments but failed, like on issues of climate funding, the $1 million you find dollars for climate funding, that has remained an impossibility. Issues of carbon trade still there. Then recently we saw at the COP where the position for Uganda, East Africa and Africa was to set up a carbon, to set up a loss and damage fund. Now even this is still, they're not clear of how much. It seems very insufficient, how it's going to trickle down to the ordinary person. It seems as the world talks about burning fossil fuels, then our big brother not closing their coal factories. We are in a dilemma, and we seem to do more talking than actually actions in reality.
Absolutely. The president has been very passionate about climate change, and you can see him making speeches that include the aspect of climate change. That means that it's on the national agenda to ensure that we, meet part of our obligation, like the rest of the world should. And of course, rightly as you put it, the people who have been polluting the world much more than anybody else and for longer than anyone else are actually polluting it continuously. Of course, the US, China, India, and so on. The pollution that is done by those countries is much more than us who are on the periphery in terms of development. And so the commitments they've made before to make matters worse in COP26, COP27, COP28, like the one which happened in Dubai recently, there were commitments that were made that they would actually make available substantial sums of money to ensure that we catch up with our obligations, but which man has not come to Africa? And so it's really something that is contradictory, that on the one hand you make a commitment that you're going to avail these funds for mitigating climate change, and then you don't. But at the same time you come to lecture us to stop constructing our pipeline to Tanga, a pipeline of 1,400 kilometers. And you say that is going to pollute the world very badly, much more than you've done. That, in my view, is wrong and shouldn't be acceptable. I'm happy that our country is going ahead with that project, including even the refinery plans are ongoing. And so we should sell our oil just like anybody else is doing. I'll give you something which is very interesting. That the West, for instance, went to the big producers of oil and told them, especially during Ukraine and Russia war, after Russia of course had been slapped with sanctions, and so Russia couldn't supply gas to Europe and the rest of the world and the rest of the West. And so they went to Saudi Arabia and UAE and tried to tell them that you increase oil production. On the one hand, you're telling the big suppliers of oil to increase oil production, but you're telling Uganda that we shouldn't construct our pipeline, which in my view is terribly unfair, wrong, and I'm happy that our country, the national leadership, has not accepted that, and we are continuing to construct the pipeline. Because we haven't been polluting the world anyway. Others are continuing to pollute it. I'm not saying that we should just become renegades and we don't mind about climate change at all and so on and so forth, but the safeguards have been taken by President Yoweri Museveni's government to ensure that our oil industry conforms to the parameters of ensuring that climate change is not disrespected, and because we must be as concerned just like anybody else. We must be as concerned as anybody else, and the safeguards have been made available in our country.
Now, Ambassador, time seems to be flying and we'll soon be moving out of here. But by and large, through what has transpired, we've had declarations, we've had positions, And we know that we are having a number of conferences, for example, the 4th International Conference for the Small Islands Development State, then you have the 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Countries or Developing Countries. We have the Economic and Social Conference on Political Reforms on Sustainable Development. Then, importantly, the Summit for the Future, where our President must and will definitely have so much to do into that, because then it will set the agenda, what you're going to be following next. But what is it that you rely on to believe that the declarations made in Kampala will forever be remembered, or the conference that was held in Kampala, because we've had a number of NAM sittings. This was the 19th. We've had not so many of the G77 sittings. But uniquely, we'll still remember the 1955 sitting, how these great 5 brains came up and said, yes, after this conference, let's have the NAM, later being launched in 1961. We'll still remember the 1964, when the group of 77 then sat and said we must have a caucus within the United Nations. How do we make Uganda that conference that will be remembered? Not people just to say we had the BAC, we had the Uganda, we had this.
Of course, you're right. You're talking about the caucuses that feed into NAM, the small islands, the landlocked, and so many others. For me, they just buttress the bigger idea of NAM, make it stronger, give a kind of a foundation. All those are supportive of the NAM objectives. And so there is no contradiction between those caucuses and what NAM aspires to see on the globe. I thought I should touch on that a little bit. But how do we remember, or how will the world, even us as Ugandans, how shall we remember these opportunities that have come our way? Hosting the NAM, the G77, and the rest of the meetings. How shall we remember? In my view, it's something that is very important, because to be the first in Africa to hold some of these meetings, to be chosen to host these meetings, is an accolade that is going to go down into the annals of history as the first African country to hold some of these meetings. And that one we can't take away. It's a granted. Nobody's going to take it away from. But the responsibility on our part as a country, and especially the leadership that we have of President Yoweri Museveni, is to ensure that all those things that are outcomes from those meetings are followed to the latter. In my view, people are going to remember us as a country that did a superb job in terms of implementing the decisions that were taken after these meetings. Extremely important for us to note that one. So, but the national pride also is another, which nobody is going to take it away from us, because you should have had some of the conversations of the visitors who came about the good climate of this country, the good natured people, how they welcome visitors, and there were no glitches in terms of our behavior towards the visitors. They were welcomed very well. They were taken for social evenings and so on. So, and they appreciated the culture of these people. So these are things which, in my view, put together, mean a lot as a country. And Uganda is going to be remembered, and President Yoweri Museveni particularly is going to be remembered as a leader who attracted these very important meetings to this country. And our country is going to be remembered as a country which, for the very first time, held so many meetings in just 2 weeks. And what about the outcomes? The outcomes, some of them are going to be political, others are going to be economic, in terms, of course, economic stroke financial, because I mean, I don't know, because the statisticians are going to tell us what additions have been made in terms of the monies that have been spent in the economy. They will tell us after some time, after the counting, and so on and so forth. So for me, it's a very big opportunity that we were chosen to host all these meetings, and we must do the job. Because once we do that job perfectly well, is how we are going to be remembered as a country that hosted these meetings and whose outcomes, through the Kampala Declaration, have been implemented almost above Should I say 60% or 70% or something like that? Because there will be some problems along the way. That one it normally happens in whatever planning that you have as a country, as an individual, and so on and so forth. But how we implement the outcomes of these meetings is going to reflect so good on us.
Well, I want to thank you so much, Ambassador Henry Maega, Consulate of the General Council of Uganda at the United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much for your time. My dream is to see and desire that we go down the history that among the declarations made in the Kampala Declaration, in the NAM Summit, or the G67 plus China, we saw reforms when it comes to the world economic order. That it was from these gatherings in Uganda that we were admitted thereafter as permanent members, or we saw African countries being admitted as permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. What that will go down history if we are able to achieve that. And never shall history books fail to capture that. Well, we'll be coming in with the extra later on. I just want to see you in the next hour. Keep it with us on UBC TV. Good morning.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
This week on UBC.
Jinko.
Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the Parish Development Model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, it is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Joko, I thought I was one of your friends.
You are,
but you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start a process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Have you packed more with Harbour jelly and Harbour foam? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More with pack. It is a new improved more with Harbour jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more with Harbour jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent? Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Harbour Jelly and Harbour Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Enyonta eno bwenumanga nywako kumiru time era nga nozako bwenva mutuliro mu mironga nywako mu ofisi ya kwafinera gyemunywerayo hydration time yeye kakwenywako the only water that can quench my thirst, yeah. Aquafina we are good. Aquafina hydration that is good.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
Hello, Kanu Edith Nakarema is my name, and I head the State House Investors Protection Unit. The unit was established by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. On the 13th of December 2023, His Excellency the President commissioned an electronic investors protection portal, which is a platform that is online, and its link is protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug. The portal has 4 main functions. It provides guidance to authentic government ministries, departments and agencies, and that's a way of protecting investors from falling in the hands of wrong elements or the corrupt. The second function is it provides mechanisms for reporting or making inquiries. The third function is it provides feedback and also ensures enforcement.
Investors are being harassed for bribes. That's why I have appointed Nakarema now to handle that side of the investors.
In conclusion, Uganda's president has put investors as his key priority, the protection, the guidance and the support of investors, and that's why he established the State House Investors Protection Unit to ensure that the investors are effectively guided, protected from the corrupt, and supported by all government ministries, departments and agencies in collaboration with the private sector. I thank you.
Did you know that our number one value as a nation is to respect and protect the environment? With the current population increase of Uganda and industrialization, this has increased pressure on the natural resources, resulting into environmental degradation and global warming. Developing countries like Uganda could face 80% of the global climate change effects by the year 2030 if no action is taken. Join us here on UBC TV Inspiring Uganda on our Eco Plus program, where we bring you an in-depth analysis of issues that are disastrous to our environment. Every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on your loved station, the National Broadcaster.
The National Liberation Day, held on the 26th of January every year, marks the overthrow of the previous government by the National Resistance Movement /Army in 1986. The theme for the 38th NRA Victory Day anniversary celebrations is Building a Country We All Cherish. On Friday the 26th of January 2024, all roads will lead to St. John's Secondary School Wachitaka in Jinja City, Church of Uganda grounds for the anniversary celebrations. Don't miss the celebrations live on UBC.
Buli munya-Uganda nayitinga amakuru marungi. UBC West eyina amakuru marungi kandi agali kwesigwa. Leero za program zaayo ziri omulunya kitara hamwe n'orufumbira. UBC West eyina tekinologiya ey'omulembe eri kugibaasisa kuhika omu bicweka byona omu ihanga nangu n'aheeru y'eihanga. Tukwatire aha frequencies zenu. Kisoro 97.7 Fama, Kalari 93.7 Fama, Hoima 99.1 Fama, Kampala 105.7 Fama, Mbarara 97.4 Fama, Footpoto 98.8 Fama, Masindi 5 Fama. Kurikiriza UBC West ohulire embaganiza. UBC West empika huna.
107.3 Kampala, 96.9 Mbale, 95.7 Jinja, 98.6 Soroti. You are all covered.
UBC Butego. UBC Butego.
Giver of life, Alpha without Omega. I am Africa.
Hail to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land with the world's most beautiful, captivating features. Hills, mountains and valleys, the enigmatic animal species in the wild. A land where Africa is condensed into one small country with authentic endowments of nature and perfect safari. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is without the crowds with abundant primates, wildlife and stunning scenery. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, takes you beyond the guidebooks, the known features, and gives you the insights unmatched. Keep it UBC TV, where we inspire Uganda with the authentic beauty and nature of our motherland. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Discover the fountain.
Uganda, the land of sunshine. breathtaking, stunning sights, incredibly extensive large greenery. Variety of wild animals and bird species. A wide range of luxury holiday facilities. Diverse, rich culture. The home of beautiful, welcoming, hospitable people. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
Torosemliki contains the same key species as Queen Elizabeth and Murchison Falls National Park, elephant, buffalo, Uganda kob, waterbuck, warthog, giant forest hog, hippopotamus. Primates include chimpanzees, baboons, and monkeys include vervet, red-tailed, and black and white colobus. There are chances of encountering chimpanzees when you take a primate walk.
One of the products that makes Torosemliki Wildlife Reserve unique are the dry habitat chimps. These chimps are unique in a way that if you compared them to the chimps that everybody knows, they are quite different because they are different behaviors that these chimps practice. And being unique, they are on the whole planet. You can find them here in Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, and Senegal. So why do I call them being unique from the chimps that we have around? They are good at practicing what we call bipedalism. Bipedalism is an act of an animal or a primate walking on two limbs. So, on several occasions, during monitoring and habituating them, you have been able to see these chimpanzees as they cross rivers. They touch their heads, at times they touch the waist and walk on two limbs for a long time, even during feeding. Still, they are unique in a way that when it comes to time for drinking water, they have that behavior of not drinking directly from water flowing or from a stream. What they do, they come on the shores or the banks of the stream or of the river, then they dig wells just a few meters, then divert the flowing water into that well. And when the water has stabilized is when it will drink it. At times they look for leaves, then coil it as a human being the way you could do. Then it uses a leaf to scoop water.
and drink. And this practice is done severally compared to how to just come and place his mouth in the water or in the river and start drinking. Their brains are a bit developed in a way that when even that stream, because most of the rivers we have in this reserve are seasonal rivers. So when these rivers dries up, what they do, they look for sticks together with their hands, then they dig where formerly the river used to be. They can go deeper as far as 2 meters under the ground looking for water. And after getting that water is when they will drink it. So this makes them a bit special from the chimps that you have ever heard of. Even the name itself, they are called dry habitat chimps or dry savanna chimps. They have 2 habitats, unlike the rest of the chimpanzees that we have. Most of the chimpanzees stay in the forest, but ours stay both in the savanna and the forest. And that's why their habituation has taken long time. Reason being, when we are following them up, you can make 3 days when you're sighting, but all of a sudden then they cross to the savanna. We started habituation of these chimpanzees in 1996, but up to date. However, their habitat wouldn't be a bigger issue, only that this group has been left for researchers that are doing study on this specific group. But we as Uganda Wildlife Authority, since we are looking at Orosi Mlik Wildlife Reserve as a place with similar attractions with our neighboring national parks, now we are like, what if we habituated them as a new tourism product?
The main aim of this project is to make sure we protect and habituate these dry habitat chimps. We have got different communities of these chimpanzees. There are 4. One is from Nyaburogo, that's where there is one community. Then another community is in Wasa. Then another community is Mugiri, where we are now, and another community goes up to Muzizi. But our main focus is on Mugiri community. Those are the ones we normally follow every day. We have about 42 chimps in this same community, but out of the 42 chimps, we don't see them all every day. There is that small group that we normally follow, and when we are with them, we are able to do the nesting and the nesting. There, I mean, we are able to move with them from morning up to evening time when they are going to sleep. So when we are following these chimpanzees, we have procedures that we use. In case maybe we fail to see them in a day, but there are some procedures we use in order to get them again. One, when we are moving in the forest, sometimes we try to look maybe if there is nests around. For instance, if they had slept here and we missed them, then we find nests. When they are fresh, we are able to tell that these chimps slept here.
Pick of the day on UBC.
was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial star 165 star 3 hash or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
The only water that can quench my thirst. Aquafina, we are good, good, good. Aquafina, hydration that is good, good, good. With essential and good. 10 over 10 water bottle. Aquafina is my drinking water, my love.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
Hello, Kanu Edith Nakarema is my name, and I head the State House Investors Protection Unit. The unit was established by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. On the 13th of December 2023, His Excellency the President commissioned an electronic investors protection portal, which is a platform that is online, and its link is protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug. The portal has 4 main functions. It provides guidance to authentic government ministries, departments, and agencies, and that's a way of protecting investors from falling in the hands of wrong elements or the corrupt. The second function is it provides mechanisms for reporting or making inquiries. The third function is it provides feedback and also ensures enforcement.
Investors are being harassed for bribes. That's why I have appointed Nakare Manao to handle that side of the investors.
In conclusion, Uganda's president has put investors as his key priority, the protection, the guidance and the support of investors, and that's why he established the State House Investors Protection Unit to ensure that the investors are effectively guided, protected from the corrupt, and supported by all government ministries, departments and agencies in collaboration with the private sector. I thank you.
The National Liberation Day, held on the 26th of January every year, marks the overthrow of the previous government by the National Resistance Movement /AME in 1986. The theme for the 38th NRA Victory Day anniversary celebrations is Building a Country We All Cherish. On Friday the 26th of January 2024, all roads will lead to St. John's Secondary School Wachitaka in Jinja City, Church of Uganda grounds for the anniversary celebrations. Don't miss the celebrations live on UBC.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda Extra.
Hello there, welcome along to Good Morning Uganda Extra, and many thanks for sticking around to UBC this fruitful morning of Tuesday the 23rd of January. And of course the 23rd is when the G77 summit is coming to an end. Yesterday evening, President Yoweri Museveni officially closed it at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, and of course, furthermore, looking deeper into understanding the fact that after the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that was held in Uganda, still from the 15th to the 20th of January this very year, we went on to host the G77 plus China Summit. And of course, we've been having our teams deployed everywhere across the capital to ensure that we bring you live coverage and a world-class broadcast of every event that has been happening in Uganda over the past 8 days. But of course, our teams at the Hotel Africana are manning the broadcast for other media houses, especially international channels, and also giving feed to the local entities in Uganda. Then the main focus at Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the team was also there to bring to you up to speed with every discussion and the meetings that were that were underway or that were being undertaken at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Then we also had a team at the airport. This one was majorly bringing us details in regards to the arrivals and also the departures. And that team at the airport, by the way, is still there to give us more details on the departures and also to give us details about how the climate is in regards to movement, the incomings and the departures of other Ugandans. Of course, we were highly informed that there were some interruptions in regards to flights, the flights that are departing at the airport and also those that were arriving, simply because of the high level of delegates that were making it into the country. And because of security matters, there had to be some reschedule, and of course tight markings in regards to security were undertaken at the Entebbe International Airport. But not only that, we also had a team at the Kampala Serena Hotel. We also had a team at the Uganda Media Center. We also have a team following up on the burial program or the funeral program of the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. And that is something that you should definitely be able to experience once you have confidence in your national broadcaster. And of course, as you can definitely see, Parliament of Uganda's official funeral program for the late Honorable Cecilia Atim Ogwal, as you can definitely see on your screen. On Sunday, the body did arrive. It was supposed to arrive aboard the Emirates. It did arrive aboard Qatar Airways. It was received by the Honorable Speaker to Parliament, Right Honorable Anita Ann Among. Then on Monday, the body departed the A+ funeral home at 8 a.m. and it was received at Parliament in the morning at 9 o'clock. The viewing, and of course, there was a special seating, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister passed a motion which the members of parliament agreed to, and of course the special sitting continued. Then in the evening, President Museveni was among the leading mourners at parliament yesterday with a speech that of course summed up everything good about the late honorable. Then on Tuesday, the body is going to depart her residency in Bugolobi to All Saints Cathedral, that is Nakasero, for a funeral service at 9 o'clock. And then also thereafter, it will be heading to Dokolo via Soroti for a vigil at Adok sub-county, that is Dokolo district. Then on Wednesday, the body will depart Adok for a joint council sitting at the Dokolo district headquarters from 9 o'clock to 2 p.m. and thereafter proceed to Leader City for a vigil. Thursday, body departs the Leader City residence for a church service at St. Augustine Cathedral, Bar Ogwal at 9 o'clock. Thereafter, leaving for St. Paul's Church, Alito Archdeaconry, Kole District for a service at 3 p.m. Thereafter, the body leaves for her home in Dogegudu, Alito Town Council, Kole District for the vigil. Now, when you look at Sunday, Friday, church service at her home in Alito at 10 a.m. and viewing of the body as well will be taking place. Then the burial program will commence at 9 o'clock on Saturday, 27th of January, 2024. We have a very busy week as a national broadcaster, but we shall be bringing you all those details as well. Also to follow up with the fact that we are giving you world coverage. Now at this time, we head to the Entebbe International Airport where we link up with our team there. And on standby is Onyango Robert, who is on standby, and he's going to be interacting with the head of communications of the Civil Aviation Authority, that is Vianney Luja. And of course, we need to understand more of what is happening at the airport and the atmosphere there. Yes, Onyango.
Of UBC TV, and by the names of Robert Onyango. We are coming to you live from Entebbe International Airport, mainly here at the VVIP section, where we have been for the last 10 days rather. Today is our 10th day of our operation, and for the fellow Ugandans who have been part of us, we want to say thank you for choosing us as the main broadcaster of the non-aligned movement and G77 plus China summits. Indeed, we are very grateful that you have supported us, and almost we are going to say you have been with us as we made this history in our lives in terms of coverage and trustworthy. Here we are summarizing the 10th day, where we are seeing off heads of state and probably most of the dignitaries who had came in Uganda to attend the two summits. They are leaving. Probably others will leave at leisure in any other day of the week. But as of this morning, we have witnessed the departure of the president of Botswana and followed by the Prime Minister from the Republic of Tanzania. As we wrap up our coverage of these two summits, we are trying to get a checkup of what exactly we have given you. And with me this morning is the PRO from the Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Vianney Luja, who is going apparently to take us through where they would have stepped back, but probably we are very sure that they have done what we expected from them as the managers of the two air sites here at Entebbe International Airport. A good morning, Mr. Vianney.
A very good morning to you.
Thanks for joining us. Well, take us through what exactly has been the role of the Civil Aviation Authority in ensuring that we have history written.
It is a landmark occasion. As Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, we have been facilitators of the arriving delegates as well as of the departure processes. That has gone on very well, and we are pleased to have facilitated over 1,900 delegates from 129 countries and 6 international organizations. We have facilitated the VVIPs through the VVIP facility where we are, and this has catered for over 450 delegates in total. The rest of the delegates have been facilitated through the VIP at the main terminal at Entebbe International Airport. The processes have been handled very well, partly because the preparations were thorough. We had a series of dry runs in the run-up to hosting of the event. We held the first on 17th December and held another dry run on 10th January. And all these enabled us to look at the areas that required improvement so that those gaps were covered. And indeed, they were covered very well as the exercise has moved on very smoothly, and we are very pleased as an airport.
Well, like you said, have we been having the normal operations of the airports vis-a-vis the receiving and departure of the guests coming in for these summits?
Yes, while facilitating the delegates coming in and out for these summits, we have also been facilitating other passengers arriving and departing concurrently and smoothly. That has gone on very well without interruption, and this is partly because we have previously handled similar events in the past. You remember that Uganda hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2007, which also had a number of delegates, but so far this is the biggest number of delegates that we are receiving as a country through Entebbe International Airport for any event. So this has been special. During CHOGAM, we did not exceed a total of 1,500 delegates, but this time we were almost having 2,000. So that is really a big number, but the challenges have been handled very well, while the delegates coming in for the summits are facilitated, while the passengers are also facilitated. Part of the reason that has enabled us to do this smoothly is because we completed the modified terminal building in time, and we have used that facility during this time. It was opened up for use by the public on 10th January, and that facility has enabled us for departing passengers. A vehicle now drives by the departure road, and the passenger exits the vehicle into the terminal. Similarly, on arrival, the expanded area is more ambient and there is more space. Concessionaires have set up branding areas, including telecoms, among others. Restaurants are also setting up. So this is going to help us going forward to even facilitate all the other passengers more conveniently with all the facilities that they need in an airport environment.
Of course, let's look at the issue of parking. There was a worry at the beginning of the summits that, we might have been not prepared. How have you managed the parking of the VVIPs and presidents?
First of all, we had earlier on expanded the facilities. Our aprons have capacity to park between 60 to 100 aircraft. We have not even reached the maximum capacity of those facilities. So as a country, this first of all shows that we are ready for anything. The facilities in place are now adequate, and we have used them ably to park the few private jets that we have had for this event.
This might not be entirely your question, but since we have you on set, I think you can chip in and give us, how did you handle the security of the VVIPs or even delegates during these two summits?
First of all, because of the many dry runs that we had, those dry runs included a number of stakeholders from all the different agencies, including security agencies. So, but besides that, at Entebbe International Airport, security is always tight because we are an international airport. So we meet standards both for safety and security that are in line with international standards across the globe. So even without an event of this nature, security at Entebbe International Airport is always at its highest. But of course, given the profile of guests that we had, it was definitely enhanced in liaison with all the stakeholders in the country. And that has also worked very well.
Well, government had promised us, I think the Minister for ICT, Dr. Christopher Yomo, said that one of the facilities in line with the data and the IT services or internet, we hope they upgraded it for usage during the two summits. Then are we going to see these facilities stay in place around the Entebbe airport even after the conclusion of the two summits?
Yes, we are working in liaison with NITAU, which assisted in providing internet facilities at the airport, that with the Wi-Fi that we have been using. We shall continue to work with NITA to provide these services, not only NITA, but all the other stakeholders that we have worked with. We shall continue to work with them to ensure that some of the services that we have had, we continue extending them to our users of the facilities.
Well, Mr. Vianney, thank you. Then if I could just lastly pose you this question, what are the take-home lessons from the two summits as an airport?
First of all, we have seen that capacity is there in Uganda. The magnitude of these events and the manner in which it has been handled shows that we have capacity as a country and as an airport. When you look at the number of delegates that we facilitated, over 1,900 coming in. So when you add the departure, you multiply that by 2, that already is coming to close to 4,000 in 1 month. First of all, the passenger traffic is going to further increase. Last year in December, we had a total of 198,000 international passengers, and that was the biggest number of passengers we have had in the history of the airport in 1 month. Now that this number of delegates is added to the already existing passengers, we are definitely going to have many more in January. But what that shows is that going forward, when you use the example of CHOGM, when Uganda hosted CHOGM in 2007, the country had a total of 700,000 international passengers. The following year, 2008, it shot up to 900,000, almost by an entire 200,000. Now, given those trends and even what has happened in other countries, whenever a country hosts an event of this nature and you get so many guests, the subsequent year, the number of arrivals in the country increases, partly because these delegates tell others, and some of them come back for tourism. So definitely as a country and air transport, we are going to benefit. We expect these numbers to go high. The good thing is the facilities have been expanded, so we have capacity to cater for them. Beside the modified terminal that we opened up, there is another new terminal building sprouting, connecting to the current terminal, 20,000 square meters. And in July 2024, that will be open for use by the public, and our capacity will have been enhanced from the previous 2 million passengers that we can cater for a year to at least 3.5 million passengers a year.
Well, as you say goodbye to our viewers, just give us, when are we expecting the last delegate or delegation to leave Uganda?
As the conference winds up, we are having several departures today. We expect even more tomorrow, and we are ready to handle any others that choose to stay a little longer, because some of them decide to move around the country. So we are ready, and we welcome them through Entebbe International Airport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vianney.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much to UBC for the opportunity.
Well, that is the Chief Communication Officer for the Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Vianney Lugia. You have heard it all from him, the experiences and what we are looking at as a country at the end of the day. What I've picked from him, and this is a good news for the rest of us, is that every time we have conferences of this magnitude, the following year, the arrivals, especially for those people who are coming, to at least ensure that the treasure, the rich values and culture of Uganda keeps on going high. This is a take home, and this is why we should always advocate for more of such conferences to be coming to our country, the Pearl of Africa. We guess most of the delegates or delegations which have been here, they will go back and share a story about Uganda, and that story, we hope as of today, it will be a good story. Robin, we want to wind up this with inviting 1 or 2 of my colleagues whom we have been here with for the entire 10 days to ensure that they also share a picture of what exactly has been happening here. We have been a team of UBC partnering with PPU, and probably we also got some support force from the Vision Group in terms of to ensure that we gave you what we have given you. And we will be winding up by inviting 1 or 2 of these members to come here as Mr. Lugia excuses us and he goes for other business. But I'm guided, like, let me first hand back to you as we organize for the last session of this live update from Entebbe International Airport.
All right, thank you, Robert. And of course, Robert has been interacting with Vianney Lugia on matters to do with how the airport operations have been entirely as Uganda was hosting the 2 summits. But not only that, we had 2 other summits at the sidelines of it, also including the IGAD meeting that was hosted at the State House in Entebbe. But well, you get to realize that, as a matter of fact, after 2007 is CHOGM, when you look at the arrivals of tourists or even the arrivals of different diplomats immediately after that successful event that Uganda hosted, it also, adds to what Vianney has mentioned, that once such summits are done, you realize that if they have been successful, the security is on point, the scenery or the beauty of the country is well exposed to these delegates. Many of them return the following year simply because maybe they want to return to do business. Others return for holidays, especially when they get those long leaves of close to 60 days or 30 to 60 days, a month or two. And in most cases, it's again adding more to Uganda's economy. And that is where you get to see that at times, once such summits are in the country, they may not give us a short-term benefit. But when you look at the long-term benefits, it does rise with time to time. And of course, it goes back to the fact that when you have security well displayed, how the Ugandans have organized themselves during the time when these visitors were here, the delegates. I mean, over 130 countries have been represented. But not only that, over 200 visitors or delegates have been in the country. So all of those, including those who carried their spouses with them, it shows you that at least someone picked out something that they loved about Uganda, and then we expect the arrivals to increase more starting from maybe December, when most of these countries, especially those from the global north or other countries that experience winter, go in such a season during the festive celebration seasons. That is when most of them tend to go and visit countries like Africa. And well, of course, it goes back to how prepared we were and the reception that we gave to these particular people. And also to notice is that many of the other delegates were leaving the country as early as Friday, especially heads of government and the heads of state, because they did have other duties, to attend to. We did see President William Ruto leaving on Friday. On Saturday, he was attending, the swearing-in ceremony of His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi in the DRC. And then we also saw some delegates leave on Sunday. Other delegates left yesterday. And even today, others are leaving. Presidents are leaving. High commanding officials from different countries are leaving. Then we also expect others to leave by the end of this week, hopefully. So that means, activities at the airport, or the proceedings at the airport, if I'm to put it in that way, will go back to normal, simply because now the expectations of having to host all these particular delegates was for these first 2 weeks, because of the fact that our team in Entebbe has been there for 10 days, giving us coverage for everything. As for us here in studio, I've been giving you up to speed updates of 8 days of the same marathon of events in the country. Theirs was to be there before everything happened, and they have to leave last until they are sure that everything is back to normal at the airport. Normal in a way that we are not expecting as many delegates as we've been expecting. But of course, the Ugandans are still traveling, or we still have arrivals from different areas. And of course, besides that, it's the same thing when you look at what is happening within the other areas, especially the hospitality industry. The hotels in Uganda that have actually benefited heavily, more so those that had been sidelined. Over 70 hotels in the country have benefited from these visitors here. So that shows you that if they obviously had services that were very receptive of these visitors, then they are also going to gain a lot in the long run, because you can only imagine for Uganda's tourism sector, if all these guests loved what they saw, or if the majority loved what they saw, the chances are they will be back. And it's more like in the business world, if you are so much interested in investing in a country, if you read the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is welcoming, there is enough security for you, and of course when it comes to the incentives that the government sets up for the investors as well, you do realize that it will be better for you to come back and invest. So the summits, or what you could call these summits, have been having a lot of potential for Uganda, widely in every sector, from the diplomatic part of it, or from the political sphere, down to the business, and then to the social affairs situation, whereby of course cultures have been shared, people have been sharing contacts really, and it's something that you can pick out from such summits. And we look forward to hosting summits of such magnitude as a country, because as of now, this clearly shows you that we are ready to host any sort of summit, if at all we've been given the opportunity to do so. And for the team at UBC, ours has been to make sure that you, the viewer, wherever you are catching us from, you're getting details, you're getting live coverage, and you're getting to know everything that is happening in the country, because we are dedicated to inspiring you. And throughout last week, we've been able to give you the coverage from morning till evening time. And also you get to see the fact that we did not only bring you the diplomatic part of it, because there was also the NAM Culture Gala. That particular one was happening in Chigo. It was to, to appreciate the cultures of the member states. There was also a meeting for the spouses of the different delegates that were in the country. That was also to promote family as well. You look at also another dinner, the NAM dinner that was hosted by President Museveni at the Sunset Restaurant, that is at Speak Resort Munyonyo, a wonderful view of the new conference center, above the new conference center. So this is more to attract different cultures and also to promote different aspects of life. And that is what it is bringing to us as a country. The beauty is the fact that even when we are looking at the short-term benefits, per se, the developments that were made early this year as we are waiting for the guests coming in, but there are those who are going to be benefiting in the long run from the same. And also for the Ugandans as well, we shall be benefiting from the deals and agreements, of course, that was signed by the government to prosper, in order to see that the country does prosper rather. So it is something that you should realize that we've picked out from these two summits, from the G77 plus China summits and then the non-aligned movement summit. But of course, when we get back to the airport, we shall be linking up again with the team. The team there will as well be giving us their experience working at the airport in such a time. You know, when you're not trained in that space, but also bringing your journalistic skills into the same element of aviation, there's a lot you can pick up, there's a lot you can add to it. So they will be sharing with us their experiences when it comes to the operations, how they've been able to execute their work, and if at all they've faced some issues technically, how have they been able to go through the same. The summits that of course we've been talking about are two: the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that was running from Monday to Friday from the 15th to the 23rd under the theme of deepening cooperation for shared global affluence, and of course the cooperation, so different member states coming together to ideally discuss about the element of working together to foster partnerships, to promote growth and development for the member states. And then for the theme of the G77 plus China summits, which was mainly or majorly around focusing on leaving no one behind, whereby if we are moving into the direction of developing as nations, we shouldn't leave anyone behind. The conversations have to be fair enough to promote equality and inclusivity of the same. So now when you can see on your screen some of the delegates who are of course being taken around the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, formerly the zoo that is in Entebbe, and of course to see what Uganda has to offer. Then we do expect others to of course go beyond Kampala, but because what is at the Uganda Wildlife Education Center is to give you an overview of what you can actually expect from the other national parks. Now, for example, when you go to the national park in Makshan Falls, which is the largest in the country, which is home to the big five, the elephants, there are lions, there are leopards. So when you look at the beauty about it as well, and on your screen you can see what is coming in from the Uganda Wildlife Education Center at the zoo. But as of now, let's get back to the airport. As I wind up here, I will get back to the airport to talk to the team and how they've been able to execute their duties. Onyango.
Well, thank you. It is still a good morning from us this way at Entebbe International Airport. We are winding up this live update from the VVIP section. I'm now joined by one or two of the colleagues we have been with here at the Entebbe International Airport during the 10 days we have operated from this side. And one is Jethro Kasaiji, then there is Mark Wadulo here. Let me just straightforward go to Jethro Kasaiji. Kindly share with us your last experiences of the 10 days you have been here. What have you seen? What are you taking home back? Where probably you will even share this story with your great-grandchildren.
Well, thank you so much, Robert. Now to our viewer who is watching UBC TV, the program GMU, I really appreciate for keeping it UBC from all the way we started until today. That probably we are finishing with the last events of the summits. However, you asked about my experience. I must acknowledge and appreciate the government of Uganda because hosting over 20 heads of states. Right. Now, remember, we had a few heads of states from different countries. However, in their countries, they are called probably executive prime ministers, but at the level of the president. Now, we had over 20 of those, and all those have been in Uganda. Hosting such people is not an easy thing.
Yes.
Because when you look at the level of organization alone, way back when Uganda hosted CHOGM in 2007, we are in 2024. A lot has changed. Our economy has grown. So to be singled out to get an opportunity to host such one of the biggest and largest summits in the world, coming second to the UN, I believe Uganda has really pulled it off. However, credit also goes back to the security personnel. They have really done their best. You know, a lot has been said. People thought that we might get ashamed, we might fail to pull out a number of things, but us who have been here at the VVIP terminal, we've seen a number of things happening, and credit goes to the SFC that has really been in command of all these heads of states as far as protocol and security is concerned. But also, let me also give credit to Miss Lucy Nachobe, who has been the head of the entire crew that has been overseeing these summits. Indeed. So I believe we have something to take home. There is something we need to appreciate, and I believe coming next, any other summit coming along, I think Uganda is really good to go.
What story will you share with your children, probably?
Well, if you ask me about the story, when the spouses of the heads of states that came in visited, for example, WEC here in Entebbe, I was very excited. When I learned about that news, I realized that Uganda, we have a lot of things that we can sell to those countries, to the heads of states that were here. However, when the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, now the chairman of G77 for 1 year, as well as NAM for 3 years, he said his main focus, how best can we really put up a linkage between Uganda and all these other member states that came to join this summit. So I believe that it is now time for Uganda to wake up, that is if we've not yet woken up in that sense, to see how best we can continue selling our country to those other member countries.
Can you just say your last remarks to our viewers of UBC before we turn to Mark Wadilo?
All right, we appreciate our viewer who has been watching UBC TV all the way from the 15th when we started all these summits, and you've been watching UBC TV, our different programming. We have GMU, we also have other sister stations, Star TV, and also our radios. Remember, we have been coming to you live in all angles, all aspects, to make sure that we keep you up to speed on how things have really been happening here in Entebbe. Thank you so much to all those who are watching UBC GMU right now. Jethro Kasaiji are my names.
Well, thank you, Comrade Jethro Kasaiji. Indeed, we have been here with him from the first day. Let me turn on my left here is Mark Wadulo. He has operated most of the time from the commercial terminal. This is where most of the delegates or even the presidents were landing before they ran up to where we were here at the VVIP. Then, Mark, you have single-handedly, with the help of a few crew of PPU, operated from the commercial terminal. What do you have for our viewers from that side as we wind up the 10 days of being here at the airport?
All right, Onyango, I must say that the experience has been enlightening. I think it's the first time that I have taken part as a media person in a conference such as this. And this has brought a lot of experience to me. I feel I can be able to perhaps even use this on my CV, that I was part of the broadcasting crew that manhandled the NAM and G77 summits within Entebbe International Airport. That's as per my experience as a journalist. I think I've been exposed, I've met various delegates, I've met people from different countries, I've exchanged contacts. You know? So don't be surprised if any time from now you might see me
somewhere
from some other country. So I feel like it's really been a very enlightening experience, and I'm really thankful for the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation team for facilitating us. I'm sure it's been the state, but for our team, I'm thankful for our UBC team, Mr. Maurice Mugisha, Mr. Winston Agaba, Mr. Peter Kagwa, you know, Sophie,
the entire crew.
The entire crew. I think you've played a very, very, very significant role in enabling us become the broadcasters we are here today. But also to take it to the experience of the airport. Interacting with some of the staff that have been at the airport, they say that this has been the busiest they've been in a very long time. You know, despite hosting summits all through year round, I think this has been a summit of a difference.
Yes.
You cannot say that we've had a similar summit in the past 2 or 3 or 4 years.
Never.
As magnificent as this one. So I feel like that's a challenge, because you know, when you're handled with a challenge that is as big as this, you're forced to step up. So I feel like for me, this is a challenge for the Civil Aviation Authority. This is a challenge for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that whatever bar we have set, we should not go back below this bar. You know, when it comes to protocol, when it comes to, you know, security, when it comes to all those aspects that come in ushering in foreign delegates, I think that we should not put the bar below anything that we have done before. And lastly, allow me just speak to the linkages or the opportunities or the prospects that I feel that Uganda has benefited both in the short and could benefit in the long run, and what we should be able to leverage. Number one, if we are chairing the Non-Aligned Movement Summit for the next 3 years, that puts us at the table front to be able to dictate, or not dictate us per se, but to lead a cloud of voices. You know, this is a time for us to spearhead, you know, can I say, global movement. Africa, especially the global south, is suffering from high debt. You know, high debt. We're suffering from poverty, high unemployment rates,
social injustice,
you know, crime and war, geopolitical war. So I feel like as Uganda, especially our president being at the center stage, but also being a very experienced gentleman in security issues, I feel this is our opportunity to be able to set the bar or push the agenda for security to the rest of the African countries. So I feel like Your Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, we are very proud of you. We are thankful for your leadership, for, you know, taking us this far to the point of hosting such nations. And this has not only benefited the country as Uganda, but even us, the people. We really have testimonies to show. So I must say that thank you very much, and may God bless you and give you long life.
Well, thank you, Comrade Mark Waduro, for those very, very rich backdrops of what exactly has happened here. You did talk about the relationship. I also happen to have gotten a chance, like you joked, like we should not even get surprised if 1 or 2 days we shall see you somewhere. Now, you know, I have gotten the opportunity also on my own case to create a rapport with the PPU of Kenya, that is the presidential press unit
yes.
attached to the president of Kenya, that is Ruto. I also had the exchange of contact with the PPU of South Africa. I don't think if today or the other day I moved to South Africa,
you would have nowhere
to begin from.
Yeah,
because now this is the opportunities where we normally tell Ugandans that when we host such summits, there are those unseen benefits. I also interacted with the crew from China. That lady was very, very nice here. You know, it was our first time to interact with her, but she proved to be a very, very welcoming lady. So if today or tomorrow I find myself in China, I have where to begin from. So we think Ugandans, this is what we must advocate for all the times. Let's embrace whatever opportunity we have, the world is giving us. We should be the ambassadors of saying what Uganda stands for. In this case, we have proved to the whole world that indeed we have hosted these huge numbers of delegates. Presidents have been here, like my comrade Jethro said, over 20 presidents. In this small city of ours, Kampala, they have slept, they have dined, they have wined in this city very freely, and until when we are seeing them off, they have gone out peacefully. I think this is what we need to join our hands when the government needs us, in fact, at a certain point where they need, you know, prior to the preparations of these summits, they were telling us, you know, please, can you shift your business to the other side? Can you step behind? Can you walk around your parking yard to ensure that we give a good backdrop of what Uganda stands for? So we shall hand back to the broadcast house, but we are coming back with a few members of the National Organizing Committee. I am told Ambassador Sentongo is here, and he has been vital at the organization of these summits. You know, the chair wasn't an easy lady, Madame Lucy Nachobe. I believe at a certain level she had made most of these people to sweat. But sweating, I think at this moment they are smiling. They have given us what we expected from them as a country. Back to the broadcast house as we also prepare ourselves to return with Ambassador Sentongo.
Well, and thank you very much, Robert. And of course, Robert Onyango, Jethro, and Mark Wadulo Arnold representing the team at the airport. Of course, we did not only have those when it comes to the team that has been able to execute this particular work. You can easily look at that as inspirational, amazing, sensational, and a well-dedicated team to make sure that everything here has been magnificently executed. And of course, 8 days of non-stop broadcast. Live from the broadcast house, we've been able to give you the analysis in-house and then also taking you on ground to experience it from the side of the team. Over 50 of our team members across the different spaces. The Speak Resort Munyonyo, Hotel Africana. Not only that, that is also for the team in Entebbe, making sure that you see every detail of the arrivals and the departures. What a way to say wow. And of course, this is what we've been able to execute for you and inspire you as a viewer, and to every one of you who has been able to share feedback with us, and to you, our viewer, for always waking up in the morning with us till the time when the broadcast is off to the news hour. This is something that we are grateful for, but we are dedicated to ensuring that we bring you all the national events and exclusively here on your national broadcaster, where all the in-depth analysis starts from, and also as we push it to all the other media houses. But then what a way to kickstart off the year. And trust me, I do believe we will continue inspiring you henceforth. And to the team, UBC, we are grateful that we've been able to execute this to the fullest, and more is yet to come, because we have the capacity, by the way, to bring to you everything from the team here at Good Morning Uganda, me, Joram Paul Sonko, Chantal Oliver Kandinda, Olive Monica Najuma, Robert Chirabo Nyonyi Ntono, and of course the entire team behind the production. And we make sure that we bring you everything that you want to cope up with and keep up to speed with information, education, the business world of it, sports with Ruben Pima, Of course, I think for the sports fraternity, it's time for you to get back to the drawing board and ask for the sports, because we will be bringing you more details of that. But we'll be heading back to the team in Entebbe and hand over to them, because they will be interacting with the organizing committee of the NAM and G77 summits. It has not been an easy task, but a task that they've actually made easy for them to be able to have smiles at the end of it all. Because remember, the minister also reminded us to put smiles on, and it has been all happiness all over. We are a jovial country, a jovial state, to put it in that way, very welcoming, and the hospitable nature of us should continue going forward. And of course, how we've been maintaining peace, law and order amongst ourselves should be the same way we carry on amongst each other after the end of these summits. The official end is as of today, the 23rd, but more details in regards to how Uganda has benefited, how Uganda is likely to benefit, and also the impact of the same is what we will be bringing you in our post-summit analysis from the G77 plus China summits, and also looking back at the Non-Aligned Movement Summit. What a journey and what a way we've brought to you this far. 2024 does look to be a very promising year for all of the Ugandans. If you take the hope up, just like we are doing here, then you will definitely be having the best of your time. But when we're getting back to the airport, all we want to do is understand how the team that led to the success of this event, because there was an organizing committee led by Miss Lucy Nachobe. Of course, she had different people she was working with to execute. She was the chairman, but of course on the committee were different leaders or different officials who were assigned different roles in order to execute such a magnitude of events in the country. 2 summits, having over 200 delegates in the country, 1 week of marathons, of a marathon, if I'm to say, events for an event, arrivals for arrivals. If you're not steady fast and you're caught off guard, you may not be able to execute it. And then that is why for us on our part as a national broadcaster, we're able to have these teams situated everywhere to ensure that at least we have coverage of everything from our angles of broadcast. And then from the exclusive rights, we've been able to also exclusively and also include other TV stations, other media channels, to make sure that we bring to you this broadcast entirely so that you feel proud to be a Ugandan. And our main focus points, as have been generally, we shall be back to the broadcast house to ensure that everything goes on as usual. As we continue to drive you into the right direction of inspiration, we also continue to inform you as a country. But as of now, as I take you back to the team in Entebbe, just to remind you, traffic flow is smooth as of now. But then as you're heading to Entebbe, you will expect some a bit of issues here and there because of the fact that we have delegates that are heading out of the country. But now let me get back to Entebbe, to Onyango Robert, as he takes you through the further day of the broadcast. Onyango.
This way from Entebbe International Airport here at the VVIP section. A team joining me here is those members who have been working on the National Organizing Committee of the 2 summits. I'm joined by Ambassador Sentongo and Madame Rumonye, who happens to be the Deputy Director, Civil Aviation Authority. Without wasting much of our time, I want to bump into this discussion, and they also share with us the experiences and probably the take home after the 2 successful events. Madame Rumonye, good morning and welcome to UBC TV. The rest of the world is watching us from here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Wow. And Mr. Sentongo, good morning on this set for today.
Good morning, Robert.
Wow.
Good morning, viewers.
Well, you seem to be now relaxing at the end of the day, and even I see the smile. How far has this smile come from?
I think it's the smile of the Ugandan people.
As the minister said.
It's the smile of the Ugandan people who have successfully hosted over 2,000 delegates here. So, as a nation, we can only say thanks to God at the same time applaud each other for being able to take on this task. As a nation, we can only thank God, first of all, then thank our leadership, His Excellency the President and Cabinet, who entrusted us with this task. But above all, the leadership of the two organizations, the non-aligned movement member states and the G77 plus China member states. But at the end of it all, as you have said, it has been teamwork under the leadership of our chairperson, Madam Nachobe. We have been able to undertake a number of activities ranging from what we call pre-summit activities, then the summit activities, which are just concluding now, and we are moving the next step of post-summit activities. So we are really looking forward to the next phase. Thank you.
How easy or how difficult has this task been?
Of course, there have been challenges, like any activity which involves organizing to receive delegates from over 140 countries, plus putting together the infrastructure issues. There are moments when you have some challenges in communication, challenges in weather. All of you know the past year has not been easy in terms of the rain, of course, which have been blessed with, but also in terms of coordinating with the various subcommittees and delegations which have come all the way from the Far East to all the way to the Pacific. So these are some of the challenges, but we are happy that we have tried our level best to overcome these challenges and successfully host and conclude the two summits. And by the way, in between you had the IGAD summit, so it has been 3 summits in one.
Well, Ambassador, before I just turn on my left here, one will ask 1 or 2 questions. Probably this might have been a success. Is this the end of the story? We are borrowing a leaf from what has happened in the past. In Chogam, the past Chogam, we had a lot of issues to deal with. And this time round, everyone is expecting, like the chairperson herself, as many have testified, she's a very, very tough lady. And very few people are saying, in fact, this time we are hoping for the best. There will be no someone to complain, this fuel, this and this. Are we going to see a positive story at the end of the day?
It is our expectation that we shall see a positive story, because from our chairperson to the chairpersons of the committees and the men and women who have selflessly served, we expect that moving on, we shall be building on the success of the summit. Yes.
Are we preparing for any other bigger occasion or opportunity now that we have tested our capacity?
We always look forward to bigger opportunities, bigger challenges, but with respect to NAM, as you may have heard, this is starting a 3-year chairmanship of Uganda. In between, we shall have what we call the mid-term review. So we expect a meeting of ministers of foreign affairs of NAM. But even before then, we expect a number of international conferences to come here. We feel as a nation, these conferences provide an opportunity, one, to showcase the country, but also bring business to our people.
Well, lastly, Mr. Sentongo is about just sharing a token of appreciation to Ugandans. Have they done as good, or?
I think the first level of appreciation goes to Ugandan people, as I said, because they have been the major hosts. We have been at their service So from the reports we have received from the delegates that have been here, they have been impressed by the level of hospitality. They have been able to move somewhere we thought we were going to stop in Kampala. They moved all the way to Jinja. Even as I speak, some are doing excursion. So in terms of appreciation, as I said, the first level of appreciation, of course, because the Ugandan people, the leadership in government, and the committee which has been right at it. So we hope that the Ugandan people moving forward will be building on some of the successes, some of the networks that have been built here. For children in schools out there, this is a learning moment. I'm sure now it has been mainstreamed into the conversations, and not only in the ordinary schools, but also to the ordinary people. G77 plus China now is no longer terminology just for the diplomat. So we feel that besides appreciating, it's also an opportunity for one, broadening the networking among our people. A number of those who have been here have been able to network not only with business people but with academics. So we hope that moving on, the Ugandan people will continue benefiting from these networks and appreciation of the global issues which are advocated for, or which are at the center of NAMA G77 plus China.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Sentongo.
Thank you.
Well, for Ugandans, you have heard it. We have hosted this summit together. This has not been a summit for government officials or the president, as he said yesterday. The summit has been for us. And if there is any positivity about this summit, we will share equally as citizens of this country. Let me hand back to Madame Lumonya, the Deputy Director, Civil Aviation Authority. Everyone thought they were giving you an elephant to carry. Have you carried that elephant?
I think we've carried that elephant, and successfully we have done so. I was chairing the airports committee for this NAM G77 plus China conferences, and I must say that we have delivered that elephant.
How did you plan for this?
The planning has been enormous. We had a very able chairperson of the organizing committee, Madame Nachobe, but then the structure in which it was done, if you look at the airports committee, under that we also had different committees. We had those who were dealing with the airport, those who were dealing with the VVIP, those who were dealing with the VIP, those who were dealing with the air traffic control management, because you're dealing with aircrafts coming in, the parking of the aircraft. So we had mini committees that were feeding into the main committee, and that helped us to place the right people on the right job and then pull resources together to succeed.
Like you have said, right people on the right job. Are we seeing opportunities being extended in terms of employment, that there's those people critically brought on board during these summits, but they have gotten these jobs, they will be working throughout even when these summits are ending, and there are specific people you have recruited and they will permanently hold on to their jobs?
No, what we have done, actually we have utilized the staff that we already have in Civil Aviation Authority. Very well qualified, knowledgeable, competent staff, but who needed an opportunity to be involved in such a huge conferences, because such conferences don't come every day. They are rare. So getting that opportunity to know that they can manage, say, private jets arriving within 2 hours, and they will land them successfully. They will have presidents arriving on a commercial flights, and they will land them successfully, and that interconnection. So we have the staff, but all they needed is to be placed in the actual job to practice and see how it works, and they've done a great job.
I remember during our dry runs there was a concern for those presidents or head of delegations coming via commercial flights, and one was the privacy, invading the privacy of other passengers. Have we seen such scenarios during these visits?
What I can say is that we worked very well with the airlines themselves. I think we have all the airlines, especially those that are brought in the presidents, that is Emirates and Qatar, and the communication was effective. So we never had any issues of privacy, because one of the things that we believed in, or what we saw, is travelers, both Ugandans and non-Ugandans, we are looking forward to this NAM and G77. So they were willing to give in the 1 minute or 2 minutes just to delay for the president to come down. But that was done in a very quick time that actually the traveler, the passenger, couldn't feel the time gap there. So that was done effectively. We're able to move them from the main runway into the VVIP. That we also were able to do that successfully without causing any delays of traffic or any delays within allowing other aircrafts from landing.
Another worry was about the immigration, and this was the speed and the time we shall spend there trying to finalize the final steps of making that these people moves. How quick was that?
Immigration was exceptionally good, because what happened is that more staff were recruited in the immigration department, and then what we did, we had placards of people standing outside the main terminal which were showing NAM. So there were two windows that were specifically reserved for the delegates that were coming in. So on arrival, they were received and taken straight to those windows. But even without just the delegates, the numbers of the counters that we had and the speed at which they were working, and some of the rights that when they came in, they had been allowed certain ways of clearing. It was a very smooth way. So we didn't have delays in there.
Well, for Ugandans, we understand the VVIP had been closed to... Are we opening it, and when is that happening now for every other Ugandans or people moving out of the country to access the VVIP at the commercial terminal?
The VVIP is not a public, is not ours. VVIP is for presidents all over the world. It's for presidents. That's why you see, even when ministers arrived, they were not brought to VVIP. VVIP was reserved specifically for the presidents and heads of delegations, specifically as advised by the Foreign Affairs. So what we did, we worked closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who guided on who should actually be coming through the VVIP and who could come in through the VIP, and then we had the general. So the public are going to enjoy the new terminal, the new building that you have seen. They are no longer walking up the hill to deliver their bags. You're dropped exactly at your departure, you walk through, or you arrive on the lower ground, you walk through. So what we are going to do, if you've seen there's another terminal that's coming up, we hope that by end of this year, that new terminal will be ready. That terminal will have everything. It will have a baggage handling process, will have immigration there. That will give a good experience of customers as they walk through. And we are intending also to create other opportunities at this airport. We'll have other eating, other restaurants, the Cafe Javas, the KFCs, salons. So we are looking at making the experience very good at the airport for those who are arriving and those who are departing.
How have our own Uganda Airlines been positioned to either tap from the two summits or even the future from what we have acquired as a country in terms of even visibility, publicity, and even we expect now more people to be coming back to Uganda at their free time for leisure, for tourism. How have you helped the Uganda Airlines, our own national carrier, to at least get a takeoff point from these two summits?
I must say that Uganda Airlines has been very well positioned because they were able to bring in a number of delegates during these two conferences. And as we know, if you've flown Uganda Airlines, it's a very comfortable airline. New, comfortable, and so whoever has flown it, I believe the delegates that have managed to fly Uganda Airlines during these summits, they will be happy to do that. But also if we look, they have several routes that we are supporting them to open new routes which are coming up. And I think when we open more routes, Uganda Airlines will be able to tap into more passengers coming through Uganda Airlines. So they are well positioned, well grounded, and I believe they have actually the potential to be able to tap into this market.
Well, today we are witnessing almost the last departures, though some people we are told they will leave at leisure. Then our ordinary citizens who normally use the two terminals or the commercial terminal, they want to get an assurance, is business now back to normal?
Actually, business has been normal during the NAM. Because if you noticed, the side of the departures and arrival, the new terminal, it continued normally. Even the fears that people had that perhaps I'll miss my flight, I need 5 hours, the experience we've had here is that there's been a way in which the management has been done that we never close the airport. If you look at the numbers, the airlines that come to Uganda every day, they continue to come. We never had a single airline that didn't come through, both commercial, private. So the business was business as usual. The inconvenience was a bit maybe to delay, to say if you found a president on the express highway and you needed to be at the airport, so we needed you to start early. But if you noticed, most of the airlines, like Uganda Airlines, kept putting out adverts, calling upon people to actually come in time to be able to arrive on time. We had teams. For me, I just want to thank my team, the airport's team. Some of them are here. We have Hope from VVIP. She's been around here. I don't know where she has gone. We've had several of those. There was total teamwork and total support from everybody else to make these conferences successful.
Well, thank you, Madam Rumunya. Yes, for the rest of our viewers, you have heard it from the two guests we are hosting this morning that indeed the country is back at normal, though we have even been operating at normal. So if you had some worry about your flight, we are giving you an assurance that, of course, if you didn't want to even be scratched by any of the security operators who have been at the airport, you can now feel free to come and book your flight and probably go to wherever you wanted to go. For holiday makers, this is now your time to return to Uganda. We have finished what has been the biggest history of our country. I want to wind up with Mr. Sentongo and probably hand back to the broadcast house. Mr. Sentongo, someone will be even asking, we knew during the preparations you withdrew all the government cars, including ours of UBC. When are you returning now those fleets to the owners to fully enjoy them?
First of all, as we conclude, let me first of all thank UBC because you have been the official network. From all reports we have received, the coverage has been so good and smart. You have been providing a feed to the international local media. The reviews have been so positive, so I felt I needed to thank you so much. But most important, broadcasting it to the entire country, to the Ugandan people. Now, in terms of vehicles, the chairperson just before she left here stated that the process of handing over the vehicles, starting with the ministers, actually starting this morning. So all institutions whose vehicles were entrusted to government, it wasn't confiscated. These vehicles were entrusted to government to assist and first the movement of VIPs. So the process of handing them back and the Minister of Works will be officially starting this process this morning. So everybody's rest assured, including UBC, that your vehicles are soon back. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sentongo. Let's go to Madam Rumunya. Any appreciation for the coverage you have done as a country, not only to UBC, but the entire media fraternity?
Okay, I think I also join Ambassador Sentongo to extend our appreciation, not only to UBC, but we've received enormous support from the media houses in the country, both TV, radio, print, social media. We were able to see everybody pulling their energies on giving this country the positive image that we deserve. And we saw everybody walking the path to make these conferences successful. So we want to thank you very much, the media houses, and we hope that this will continue. As Ambassador Sentongo said, this is a 3-year chairmanship. There will be a lot of other activities that will be coming in. We'll still rely on you, depend on you to make it work. I can also say thank you to the security agencies. There's no way we could have made it, but we had a team that Madame Nachobe was chairing that had everybody in that room. So when you said those who fear security to touch them, the security were just security who believed in the country, and all Ugandans were walking freely. So we want to thank you very much once again.
Thanks to your aviation team?
Yes, I cannot end without appreciating the team, the airports committee. It was a big committee. It had the general managers, it had the director general himself, and it had the general managers, the director airports, it had the chairperson of the manager in charge of VIP. So we had a team, and this team had both the airport, it had the security agencies, SFC, and we kept having quick meetings at any one time, and this has gone on for the last 5 months or 6 months. This is not something that was done only yesterday. We've had these meetings since last year. We've had dry runs. Some of the dry runs, I must say, were held at, I think, at 2, 3 a.m. And everybody was in here at the airport for the dry run to see how practically somebody will get off the aircraft and be guided through to the VVIP. So I want to thank you, my team, from Entebbe International Airport, the technical team, the management, the Director General, security agencies, the SFC, UPDF, and everyone, foreign affairs. We couldn't have succeeded. And overall, our chairperson, Madam Nachobe. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the media team which has worked here at the VVIP and probably the other ends at the commercial terminal, we also want to thank the Civil Aviation Authority for the hospitality rendered to us. At least we got lunch, supper, but breakfast, they had 1 or 2 days, but that's, we shall handle it at a later stage. On behalf of my crew here, the entire team from UBC and the Presidential Press Unit, and probably those people who supported us from the Vision Group, we want to sign out, but tell my family members that indeed those huge planes you saw here, I never boarded any of them, but probably this is an opportunity that since I have established contacts with the foreign delegates and dignitaries, 1 or 2 days you'll see me out of this country. A good morning and back to you at the broadcast house in Kampala.
Costa of Non-Aligned Movement and G7. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
Development and financial boosting of the common person is one of the government goals, and this is why the President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has come up with different initiatives to achieve this, among which is poverty alleviation development, as Joan Kakwenzira, the Senior Presidential Advisor, PAD, says.
It is a presidential initiative against hunger and poverty. It is an initiative of His Excellency the President. It is intended to study, document, and inform how high concentration of inputs in one small area, specifically parish, high concentration of inputs and knowledge and training can speed up rural transformation.
A lot of individuals from different parts of the country have benefited from PAD, and these are appreciative to His Excellency.
His Excellency the President of Uganda, twagala kugamba webale nnyo webalire ddala kutuwa programu eno ne State House Controller yaffe Jane Bareche, webale nnyo bambi watuwadde funds zonna eza ku procuring embuzi eno. Then webale nnyo Honorable Jessica Ababiku kukolagana naffe kubanga nga tetusobola kukola mulimu gino nga tulina naawe Honorable n'emirimu gyonna twagala kuyamba abantu baffe wano ku Adjumani kufuna emirimu gya kufuna sente.
According to Sulaiman Walusimbi, the State House Public Relations Officer, the state is pleased with the impact of PAD towards the common person.
President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni awadde embuzi empitirivu ezisoba zijjedde ku lolenga 5 ezisoba mu lukaaga. Abatuuze bonna basanyufu nga bamaze okufuna embuzi era batusuubiza nti buli afunye embuzi ate bwe zinaazaala ajja kuwa munne, kubanga lwe olugendo lwe tutandikako okulaba nga omuntu mu bwavu ava waali ne yeeyongerako mpola mpola. Abatuuze batusuubiza nti bajja zirabirira ate era ne ba LC5 representative naye n'atusuubiza naye ajja kumonitaringa, RDC abaddewo naye n'atusuubiza nti agenda kumonitaringa, n'aba security bonna okulaba nga ensi etambula. Ono President asuubiza ate n'atuukiriza, yabasuubiza embuzi ate zino zizze, era alina n'ebirala byabasuubiza, era ffe tujja kwetika, ffe tetujja kutuusa nga tubaweereza.
The Poverty Alleviation Department, as means of eradicating poverty, so far has been implemented in areas like Lukunjiri, Rawenge, Adjumani, among others. The question is, what do you need to become a beneficiary of PAD?
Ffe tukola system. Ebintu byaffe tebiteera kutundibwa. Mpozi abetutadde mu system nga bw'omanyi bayinza kuba nga ababbi. Naye tugenda ne tukola village committees. nga buli kyalo kituwa representative agenda kukuuma ebintu byaffe. Kati awo ne bakolayo akakiiko gavumenti y'ekyalo. Eyo gavumenti y'ekyalo yeekuuma ebintu byabwe kuba zisobola kutuula wano Nakasero. Nemanya nti embuzi ajumani bagize eki bagitunze. Naye akakiiko ako kekagira ki kekazibala. Ate ne kamakinga sure nti afunye embuzi emwe oba bbiri agenda kuzaala aweereze munne.
The President has on several occasions pointed out that each household should at least be earning 20 million Ugandan shillings annually to skip the poverty line.
From Poverty Alleviation Department, bwe tuluka mu kitundu tulonda abantu buli kyalo singa omuluka gubaamu katugamba abantu ebyalo nga 16 buli kyalo tukirondako omukulembeze ne bakola akakiiko ke tuyita Village Coordination Committee. Kati kana akakiiko ke kakola ne field officer ne basobola okulambulanga ebintu bino okusobola kuba gatebiriibwa. Era ebitundu byaffe ebisinga tukirwanyisizza ku bukiiko obutuyambye ebintu bino abantu ne bafunamu omugaso ne baganyulwa ne babanga batandise okwenyumiriza mu president kyeyaleetedda ekya bonna bakole bonna bagaggawale. Ekyo kiva mu kubanga ateeka ebintu bingi mu kitundu abantu bana basobola okubanga bayingidde ku mugendo ogw'okwekulaakulanya.
The PAD initiative, if well managed, can help in achieving the dream of a poverty-free nation.
We are very friendly people. We welcome everybody. We go to the local market, everybody will welcome you with a smile.
There's a feeling that I have that everywhere is so relaxed. That combined with the accessibility of the wildlife, you put the whole thing together, it's so easy.
Uganda lies at the extreme end of East Africa's grassland that joins with the West and the Central Africa's forest range. And therefore we have a mosaic of habitat that accommodates all these different species.
We have Africa's big five. We have the lions, we have the elephants, we have the leopards, we have the African rhino and the buffaloes.
However, Uganda has additional two. That's the gorilla and the chimpanzee.
And Uganda has 10 national parks with 12 wildlife reserves and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. Queen Elizabeth is one of the most visited, a home to 95 species of mammals, but also 612 species of birds do exist in this ecosystem.
The diversity and the range of wildlife is something really special.
The channel is a breeding area. We have preserved it purposely to allow fish have a chance of breeding. It is also a major drinking source. That's why we see elephants. An adult elephant is able to take more than 200 liters of water. I like my job. I like animal behavior. It's interacting with people. It keeps you a smile on your face.
Yeah, I love ginger so much, given its source of the Nile. Then also the activities there, such as whitewater rafting.
My favorite place to be in is Matron Falls. You go through and you get mesmerized.
Makisho Falls National Park is the largest park here in Uganda, and it's divided by the River Nile. There flows about 6,696 kilometers from the Pearl of Africa up to the Mediterranean Sea.
This is the Kanyantale chimpanzee community.
made up of 100 to 120 members living together.
For teams to be fully habituated, we need a period of roughly about 5 to 10 years, where they would be fully habituated, where you can come at a close contact with them.
When you track the chimpanzees, you get to understand them more, and you really know how they relate to one another, and you can even get to know that these chimpanzees are so close to humans.
We've been to Queen Elizabeth and the flatlands with beautiful animals, beautiful landscape. But most importantly are the people.
You go to Karamoja, you look at their cultural dances. That's just one of the things I can tell you that you need to explore.
Beautiful culture, beautiful folklore.
When you go back, the history of this lake, this back around 1300, people all over Africa have been coming here. Actually, the salt from here, we don't add any chemical in the salt. After scooping it from the salt plots, it's ready to be taken at home, pushed in chicken or fish to celebrate, because it contains over 84 mineral ingredients.
Eat our local food, eat our Rolex, you know. Yeah, that's when you feel Uganda.
What is a Rolex?
Oh, Rolex is our identity, I should say, a Ugandan food identity. It's a quick food, like a fast food. You can just grab and eat on your way as you are driving. Mixture of chapati and eggs with tomatoes, onions, you know, say very nice food. Yeah, you need to taste.
Uganda houses 54% of the remaining endangered mountain gorillas.
When we are living here and we are expecting to have a short hike and we end up having a long hike, I request that at the end of the day, don't blame me. Because I do not make arrangements with these animals. Instead, when we are hiking, we follow their movements until when we find them. Head of the family being Mark, we have Ndunguse, we have Rukondo, we have Shuti.
They're moving families. They rarely abandon each other. Then also they are ready to protect their families.
To have a silverback walk in front of you at probably no more than 2 meters away. Now that is something absolutely special. So I can still get goose pimples thinking about that one.
It's an adventure of a lifetime. It's a highlight reel of all that is in Africa, that is rare, that is beautiful.
I'm just looking forward to the next time.
My name is Andrew Chizimula Moiro. I am an Assistant Commissioner of Police and also the Director of Forensic Services, Uganda Police Force. Today we are detailing the interventions from Forensic Services in as far as managing sexual and gender-based violence victims. The Directorate is part of the actors in the management of cases with regard to sexual and gender-based violence, and our role is to offer scientific advisory services as well as examining evidential material as part of the investigation trend. Our key interventions are mainly in the areas of evidence collection, where we make sure that all evidential material that is required in a case has been collected in a forensically verifiable manner, and this sets the stage for the onward investigations. So this evidential material is key for us to proceed with downstream work. As we do collect the evidence, we need to document it according to the procedures that are established. we also further need to ensure that the chain of custody is maintained. And in maintaining this chain of custody down the line, we make sure that these items are examined in the lab, and therefore we offer a report which the investigator utilizes in order to further interrogate the facts thereof, to come to a conclusion as to what could have transpired when an incident happened. During this period of review, we would like to thank our supporters and donors with regard to trainings that we have undertaken. Management of sexual and gender-based violence cases requires teamwork. And in this team, there are very many actors, as mentioned earlier. We are part of the team members, and when we do these trainings, we do them in a joint way. So we do the trainings together with our colleagues from Child and Family Protection. We do the trainings together with our colleagues from Health Services of the police, as well as the DPP and the detectives who lead the investigations. So when we do these trainings are geared at enhancing our capacity to investigate these cases. So we have done a number of these trainings. We have held several cohorts of these trainings, and this has enabled us to firm up our abilities in the management of these cases. After the training and building networks, as well as making sure that we have all honed in our skills, we have now realized that more than 70% of cases that are taken to court, we secure a conviction. I would like to also thank the government of Uganda for equipping the forensic services with additional capabilities in DNA analysis and also toxicological analysis. Many cases involving sexual and gender-based violence will require to examine the evidential material for DNA to identify sources of evidential material, probably blood, semen, and other biological material. But now we are increasingly seeing the utilization of drugs of abuse, especially what we call drug-facilitated sexual assault. So this is where the toxicological capabilities come through. So we would like to thank the leadership of the police for ensuring that the resources are available to this end. It's important that the victim, who may be a minor or even an adult, should be cared for, because they are likely to hold the evidential material that we are looking for. And to ensure that the scene, the wider scene, is not also tampered with. So this is part of the responsibility of you, the first responder, who is likely to be a member of the public. The community leaders are also encouraged to be part of the mechanism of securing the scene by ensuring that witnesses and victims are protected from further harassment by any other persons. The police is there to support you, and we are there to ensure that we investigate these crimes together with our partners from the Office of the DPP, the CID, Child and Family Health Protection, and also the health services of the Uganda Police Force. We thank you all, and we remain steadfast in ensuring that nothing but the truth stands in order to bring those who are culpable for these acts to book. I thank you.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
I'm Atowaze Ronald, supervisor Cecilia Presidential Demonstration Farm, Maige District. We train farmers, we handle interns. There are some people around who have emulated what we have been doing at the farm. They have been given the testimony to have improved their earning and standards of living. So for those who are there out who have never been at the farm, we welcome you. Nothing will charge you. Come at the farm, have a study, then you can choose the enterprise you think.
My name is Abel Bakunda, Deputy RDC Kario District. There are so many success stories and achievements that have been registered in Kario District and cutting across all the sectors and departments. The government interest is to have seed schools in almost every sub-county. And so far, the coverage in Cairo, we are still like at 40%. We are starting, but we are moving at a high speed. Then the Uganda Health Center, it is also a success story in the Department of Health. We are so far also the government is elevating the Manya Health Center for the district hospital. Then in the Department of Production, there are so many successful farmers moving far away from the traditional subsistence farming to the money economy. Our interventions of Myoga and PDM have so far had impacts on ground. Generally, it is good. We are trying, and there are so many success stories that anybody can come and see on ground.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us to new horizons. It pushes us to go further and see bigger. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Powered by Africa.
Oryx Lubricants, powered by Africa.
How to use the EIPP. Welcome to the Electronic Investors and Protection Portal, your guide to seamless investment processes in Uganda. Step 1. Navigate the portal. Start by searching protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug. On Google, use the menu bar for various tasks. Step 2. Submitting a complaint. To lodge a complaint, click Report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select Inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose Whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
This is Chilling.
And good evening. Welcome to the best of the good life. This is the happiest day of my life because it's holiday season. Christmas is like what? Literally tomorrow, and I'm so excited to wish all my Christian brothers a very happy Christmas. Enjoy it to the fullest. This is the kind of time, or around this time zone, you get to hang around with your family. It's a time of showing love. It's a time of togetherness. It's a time of going on holiday. And speaking of holiday, now, you're going to quote me with what I'm about to say, okay? And some of you are going to be so judgy because you can go like, hey, Drago likes to talk a lot and he likes to, sugarcoat some of these words that I'm going to say. But I'm going to stand by my words. I've discovered a place. This place is amazing, where time stands still. Let me repeat that again. I've discovered a place in Uganda here where time stands still. The beauty of this place, the scenic view, the tranquility, the uniqueness of this place is gonna blow your mind away. This place is called Ara Fishing Lodge and it's located in Madiland. Okay, some of you, if you don't know where Madiland is, it's in the West Nile, to be more exact, in Adjumani. And yeah, as I told you, it's Christmas, so we are going to turn the heat up. And more excitingly, we have the man behind this vision, the big man himself. We want to find out. You know, whenever I sit down with such gentlemen, I get to be inspired as a young man growing up. You know, I want to look up to these men and get their knowledge, perhaps, and see what is always running through their minds. Because, man, how can you come up with such a beauty? Look at this. Just the mere set of this gives away the beauty of the place. With no further ado, please help me in welcoming the very awesomely Dr. Jimmy Opigo. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Your name is quite hard, sir.
Yes, it's a very unique name.
Okay.
We are less than 2-3 in the world having it.
It's Opigo.
Opigo.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Great. It's a festive season. It's Christmas.
Yes.
It's ho, 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 ho.
It's ho, 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 ho,
yeah,
ho.
You can
How
imagine.
do you usually spend your holiday seasons, especially Christmas?
You know, traditionally, people went to the villages.
Mm.
That has changed.
Okay.
Because you go to the village, the family, especially the ladies, get swarmed with the need to cook for hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And you don't have the family time. Nowadays, people get an escape, get a tranquil place where they are pampered, where they sit back, do their thing, and someone serves them. People now take vacations.
Yeah.
Traditionally, they went to Zanzibar, they
Yes.
flew to Dubai.
Yes.
Not anymore.
Yes.
Ugandans have discovered their services, there's hospitality services in the country. Lodges which are to standard, where you just get there and have your Christmas, and you meet also like-minded families right there.
I understand, Doctor. This property was there. Some people knew about it, others didn't. Let's say the majority of Ugandans have not yet discovered. This is, I should say in my own words, it's the best kept secret in Adjumani. Nestled right in the center, with everything just at the epiphany. It's like everything is just placed in the middle of it. These tourist attractions, when you talk about hub and spoke, amazing. So this is our hub, right? So tell me, what gave you the idea, first of all, of purchasing this property and refurbishing it? And who were the owners and how was that process like? Please.
So initially, this place was founded by an Austrian couple, German-speaking Austrians, and a friend of theirs. They set here a tourist tented camp. Now, they had a very interesting story. When Adjumani Hospital was being built, the engineers were looking for quarry. So they were directed to this place with beautiful rocks. When they looked at it, they said, wait a minute, this will not be turned into a quarry. This is a perfect tourist destination, the perfect wilderness. And they called their friends to come and set shop. And they set a shop here. You can see His Excellency the President launched this place way back in 2009.
Wow.
Yeah. Not 209, actually 99.
Yes.
Yes. And he had his own camp here and visited this because it's a very beautiful place. I happen to have known them because I was running some project with external people who would stay here whenever, sleeping sickness fighting project. And we used to call it crypto tourism. You know, nowadays the concept of blueser, where business with leisure, work with leisure, started a long time ago. So we would do health work at the same time we launch here. Now, unfortunately, the founder, who are very visionary, creative people, one died, others went back, and this was put up for sale. We thought, now we come from a family that is so passionate about tourism and hospitality. Okay, that likes habitat and environmental aesthetics. It is at the core
value.
Is a core value, and we are sustainability and conservation conscious. We thought we can give this place a spin and create an oasis. You know, that's why we even say we take you to another world.
Definitely.
We wanted to create here another world lovingly. So we acquired it. We did restoration, redesign, redevelopment into this very beautiful facility you see. We kept the vision, but we upgraded it.
Okay.
Their initial focus was sports fishing.
The first owners.
The first owners.
Yeah.
That's why it's named Ara Fishing Lodge.
Yes.
Sports fishing.
Yes.
Budding.
Yes.
Especially we have the Subil stock here.
Okay.
And community tourism.
Yeah.
But we wanted to expand the offering. But first we wanted to make it a high-end, cozy, upscale facility. Okay.
Yeah.
But keep a fusion so that those who are active, who have active lifestyle, outdoors, the younger people are also included. So we have a varied offering. You can have a tented outdoors experience. You can go hiking. You can go biking. You can climb the rocks, you know. But at the same time, you can have leisure rides on the boat. It's not only in Jinja now. It's right here. You can have. So if you have conquered Jinja already, get another dimension. Beautiful boats here. But also you can go fishing. You can go canoeing. Later we shall put even the jet skis on the water boat. Even we are going to put a floating restaurant so that you enjoy the sunset.
Wow.
Okay.
That's beautiful. Doctor, you've spoken some of the activities that I love to do. I think they're part of my bucket list. Like, for example, sport fishing, I've never done. I've gone to Maxon Falls like a trillion times. But at Murchison, they say you can't do sport fishing from here. Some white people do, the foreigners, but us, we usually don't have time for that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And also, tell me, so how did you know that these people's vision could connote with your own idea? And what was so enticing with what they did before that you loved to carry the torch forward?
Now, tourism is very important industry, which the government is promoting, which as individuals, it is, by the way, listed among the big 5 things the government is focusing on among service industry.
Tourism. It's one of the biggest tax earners.
Biggest tax earners. Look at the statistics Wakesa keeps putting out. Uganda has not exploited this fully. But apart from that, if you just look at the immediate community, the 5 to 6 C's of tourism, you know, community, collaboration, capacity, commerce, continuity, conservation. So the community benefits in various ways, being guides, selling vegetables to us, driving the people, hosting guests. So it's a whole local economy. Okay. apart from bringing in the dollars,
Mm.
you know, it's a whole local economy, and it makes people to value conservation. They get alternative livelihood instead of breaking down nature. They will want to
conserve it.
To conserve it, and they earn from it.
Mm.
This was very clear in our mind, but also we know people want a good life.
Mm.
Okay?
Mm.
People
They want to come somewhere and they enjoy their stay.
And various.
Mm.
Some want an escape, okay, in a serene, tranquil place to recuperate. Some are families. They want a family day away. That's why we design family cottages. We are inclusive. We have children parks, so that if the parents want to make up, we can hold for you the kids there.
You're so deeply rooted into tourism. Why is it so? As a person, what does it mean to you?
Tourism is beautiful. First, we said by nature we value hospitality and tourism. We like to serve people. You know, one of the things we say is we walk the way for people. We want people to sit back and have their way of life as they leave the rest to us. We want to create them other worlds. You know, it's so exciting to serve people, create well-being, give people opportunity to lay back and reflect and dream.
Wow.
And dream. And you must get away and fall back. Because when we are in the bustle and hustle of the city,
Yeah.
in the concrete,
Yeah.
doing the traffic, doing
Mm.
the 8 to 5, you have
It
no
can be
time.
stressful.
It can be stressful.
Yeah.
So we need to create people this ambience, this
Mm.
space.
Mm.
We take them back in time, and they see a raw surface.
Yes.
Like that.
Yeah.
They realize we can use stones that way, and we create a very beautiful headboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
They realize that Western Uganda and the animal corridor has a lot of hides and skins.
Mm.
We can do many things out of it like this.
Yeah, creative. Being
Very
creative with the-
creatively.
yes.
You see, then this can inspire people. This can motivate people. You know, we are here to try to activate things.
Yes. Doctor has created what we call a gen. This place is so peaceful and serene. It's amazing. You guys should come at Ara Fishing Lodge and check it out for yourself, okay? The good thing is such places are not even actually, I feel like camera doesn't do enough justice to them. But the good thing is that you get to experience it yourself. So Doctor, this is my, I think, second day. I've been here. I was here yesterday and I took a tour around with your manager. It was an amazing experience. I was so shocked with the detail you have put in this place to do with art pieces, starting exactly with yours that we found at the reception. Who made that art? It looks quite beautiful.
Some friends created for me that as
Yeah.
a gift.
Okay.
And I decided the right place to put it is here. Now, about fixing these places. If you are people focused and you need people to have a good time, relax, have an active life, the architecture, the furnishing, the outdoors, the placement, the cuisine, the bars, the views,
the service,
the sounds,
the sights,
the sights. You need to put that all in
consideration. Yeah.
Yes, into consideration, and make them so harmonious.
So here's the thing, guys. We're going to go in for a break, but before, let me just pass this. Okay, I'm on a mission. Okay, I want to trend what we call #visit Madiland, because people here can treat you with so much love and respect. They're so welcoming and so cool. Okay, so that's the hashtag, with no doubt. That has to trend all the time. We're going to tag it somewhere on the show. So second thing, of course with his permission, I'm going to tell stories of young people. I'm going to move forests. Yeah? I'm going to face the rain, the sun. I'm going to try out fishing. I'm going to meet former beauty pageants. I'm going to talk with one of the most flamboyant and celebrated female artists from West Nile. I'm going to, man, it's like I'm going to have a blast and a time of my life. And this is going to happen in the following weeks, okay? Back to back. Kumuliro, kumuliro. We are not going to stop, okay? So just be excited if you're in West Nile. Hang with us each and every weekend. So we're going to take a break and we come back with Dr. Jimmy, who is going to tell us more about his vision and what this means to him. And yeah, we find out more about this beautiful, serene place. Don't go anywhere. This is Chilling and I'm Drago. Our fishing lodge will kick off as one of those activities that you have to do before you die, because this place will be so adventurous for you. It will be so serene. It will show you that uniqueness, and you love to associate in nature and just get lost in the moment. Albert Nile is just at the shores. They have a lot of boat activities. They can give you fish as big as 50 kgs. Okay, I'm over exaggerating that, but their fish is really overrated. And man, their service is top notch. This place is a gem, and this place is located in Adjumani, which is West Nile. People who come from this place must be proud, Madiland, and we are trending a hashtag called Visit Madiland. We're going to carry on this whichever episode that we're going to have. Okay, so Doctor, thank you very much for sticking with me and inviting Chilling to your, let me say, your sanctuary.
Sure.
Yeah, this beauty of a place, so amazing. Do you know what this is? I'm holding in my hands. This is a card.
Let's go and play it.
Do you know how to play Matachu?
Sure.
Okay. Let me shuffle. Are you going to cheat?
I know all the tricks. I know the tricks.
I'm quite a smart one.
Yeah.
We're going to play a game of Matatu. Some of you who are familiar with this, you know what this is, okay? Let me serve. Okay. 5 cards. There you go. It's hearts that is cutting. You draw the first blood. I'll give you that opportunity.
Wow.
Take your time.
Wow.
And please, no cheating.
Wow.
Draw the first blood. We are playing the basic Matatu with jokers. Okay, you put 2. I'll also play 2. You're serious, huh?
I'm going to win you this. I have it. Hearts.
You're taking a wrong path. I'll fire you.
Wow. So 3 is there.
Oh, wow. Oh.
And I finished.
That was quite smart.
The game plan is very clear.
Wow, and I saw how you analyzed the game and you sat back.
I knew I needed to start drop of those big numbers.
Okay.
I kept my, the master.
Yeah. Very smart move. Are you that calculative in your life?
No, life has to be very calculative. Life cannot be gambled.
Okay.
Everything has to be definite, planned. Life has to be planned out. Whether resources, whether time, strategy is the key. But strategy is not enough. There has to be execution. There has to be quality assurance. There has to be partnerships. There has to be networking. Also, you have to be futuristic.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, where did you get this brilliant mind from of wanting to tap into the hospitality business and being very fantastic at it? Because this is quite a unique place. I keep on saying that every single time, every link I do to camera, and I mean it with every single word that I say. When did this start?
Now, very interesting. When I grew up, my dad especially was an agricultural person. So he's a green person. And he had hoped I would be an agricultural officer like him. So he trained me. We had a very green home. So being immersed in nature is one of the things I grew up with. We are really passionate about environmental aesthetics. Okay, so this was very clear, and we had a home not only of green, we had animals.
Where was home? Was it still
Home
here?
is
West
just
Nile?
across in West
Moyo.
Nile. West Nile, yeah.
Yeah.
So eventually I took a different profession, but before my dad, both of my grandparents were artists. They
painters, artists like painters?
No, builders, aesthetics.
Ooh.
Like my grandfather, one of his pieces is the Gulu Cathedral. Look at how it has been finished.
Okay.
He used to build churches and put those beautiful carvings and arches which Catholic churches have. And after that, most of my siblings, my cousins, even one became the dean of School of Fine Art, Xavier Ife. So art is also flows in our blood.
Yeah.
And now a tourism place which you have to make very gorgeous, very artistic, is an opportunity to manifest and animate this potential, God-given potential.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have not hired any interior designer here.
Yes.
We have not hired any architect here.
Yeah.
We have not hired any landscaper here. Because it just flows in the veins. And you do it with love. It is entertainment.
And
when
single-handedly, you have put this place together. When somebody hears that, they might be like...
You know, I'm used to execution because even in my job, we run big projects. And these are transferable skills, you know, so you can have in your job, but managing implementation, managing people, operation, logistics is something I've been so used to. And it is core in delivering a project. It's not issue of money. It's issue of knowing how to execute and control the quality and sell that vision. Okay, get the people to own it.
Yes.
And bring it to life. And eventually it's not the buildings, it is the service, it's the customer care. Now this idea, you need to correctly pick the human resource, create the team, and create the opposite, the service delivery.
What would you think will make Ara so special from the rest of the places, if there was even any around Adjumani?
Not Adjumani. We are for the country, for the region, for the world.
Oh, wow.
There is nothing like this you can find anywhere else. Look at the wilderness, the location, the aesthetics,
yes,
the service. There can never be anything which has such a location.
Oh, that's a strong statement, and I love it. And you're saying it with all your chest. Fantastic. Describe Ara Fishing Lodge as we're winding up in 3 words. Which are these words?
This is an awesome place.
Wow.
This is a must-visit place.
Wow.
This is your home.
Away from home. Wow. Fantastic. Doctor, thank you very much for hosting me and my team, and for also offering us to bring guests here, these young gents that have stories that are going to be life-changing. I wanted to tell stories from West Nile, and they reached out to me, so it's going to be an amazing expedition, and I'm excited. Most importantly, the environment itself makes it so comfortable to hold such conversations. So thank you very much. How can people get in touch in case they need to find this best kept secret, to find it for themselves and experience?
We are right in West Nile, on the banks of the Albert Nile, where you can reach us in various ways. By road, tarmac now from Kampala through Gulu, right here. Flights from Kajansi or Entebbe to the airstrip in Adjumani.
Tell me me about your story and how you got so fascinated with wanting to save a tree a day. By the way, that is his forte. His best definition of the best of the good life is saving a tree.
Yeah.
I've done some good research about you.
Thank you.
So tell me about your story and with this forest. How comes you friends, you're in tandem and you're friends with this environment here?
One, I was born within this locality.
Yeah.
My livelihood, everything around me depends on nature. So when this forest came under some, illegal activities taking place inside, we took it upon ourselves to ask questions of what is happening inside here, because this is our livelihood, this is our identity.
Pendul deke la gosiam pendul deke la gosiam pendul deke la gosiam pendul deke la pendula pendula.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Amaina gange ninze tusuubira lyaga Margaret. Ndi Munawanyago Tailors Association Sako ey'emyoga. Tuli batunzi ba byalaani. So far ife nga Nawanyago Sako twafunako emiliyoni 8 era abagiire nga badiiza mpola mpola ate nga bwe bongera n'okusavingaku era akasente ako katuyambyeku katutoolaku wetwali katwongeraku eidaala okusobola okweyamba n'okwesitula mu maka gaife n'okulabirira famire daife. Era tutwala omukisa guno okwebaza gavumenti yaife eya Muzeeyi Museveni Yoweri Kaguta Tibwabulwa olw'okutuyamba ife abantu abawansi.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for this new edition of Business Africa. On our show today, we follow the concerns of the business community in Nigeria over Forex, as well as developments in the maritime sector in the east of the continent. But first, let's get on with the show with our top stories today. A generator to improve people's access to drinking water. It's Moboti Mai, the invention of 2 young engineers in the Republic of Congo.
What we would like to bring to the market will use a single application that doesn't need water in the first place and will directly recycle the atmospheric water vapor molecules contained in the air.
Guinea jumped on the cashew farming bandwagon, a rush towards an expanding sector that relies on local production units.
It was in 2017 that I took the initiative to plant cashew nuts. I saw the potential of cashew nuts for a long time as they can provide us decent living.
We head for Benin, a country aiming to compete with Eastern Africa with the largest wildlife park in West Africa, Ogwal. Today we realize that the young people need to relax and reconnect with nature and these natural resources. We wanted to bring all this together and allow those who don't have the opportunity to discover such beauty on a site. Well, let's start our show in the Republic of Congo, where access to drinking water remains a challenge for the majority. Daily expeditions of residents equipped with cans, basins and buckets often occur both in villages and in certain large towns. Faced with this reality, two Congolese engineers, Yannick Mumba and Landry Nindinga, designed a water generator which transformed ambient air into drinking water. Our correspondent in Pointe-Noire, Brice Kinou, followed this technological innovation, bringing hope to many communities. Take a look. In Pointe-Noire, the economic capital of the Republic of Congo, as in other cities, water only flows occasionally from the few taps belonging to the national water company, Congolaise des Eaux, which are present in only a handful of homes. As a result, private boreholes are often stormed by the population in search of drinking water.
The water hasn't been running from our taps for weeks, sometimes months. I'm not the only one. There are lots of us in the neighborhood. Some people live near the boreholes, but others, like me, have to walk long distances to fetch water.
To solve the problem of access to drinking water in an environmentally friendly way, Yannick Mumba and Landry Nindinga, two young Congolese researchers and designers, have teamed up to create the Moboti Mai water generator, which runs on domestic electricity, a generator and solar energy.
Moboti, de son invention,
Mboti uses two applications.
Dont l'une qui a besoin.
One uses a small quantity of water to produce more,
encore plus. Et la deuxième, où nous avons
and the second doesn't need any water,
mais qui produit directement sans avoir besoin d'une autre quantité d'eau au départ. Et ce que nous sommes sur
what we would like to bring to the market will use a single application that doesn't need water in the first place and will directly recycle the atmospheric water vapor molecules contained in the air and return them to us as an exponential rate.
À une vitesse exponentielle.
Landry Nindinga, co-inventor of Moboti Mai, is confident about the water quality produced by their water generator despite the high levels of air pollution in major cities.
Nous avons les résultats.
We have the results of the physiochemical analysis report
et aussi le bulletin d'analyse
and the biochemical analysis report,
et donc, le résultat, c'est que
which show that the water produced by our generator complies with the WHO drinking water standards.
The Secretary General of the Congolese Association of Inventors and Innovators, Rosie Kedel Zilulu, does not hide his impressions of the Moboti Mai water generator, patented in 2018 by the AIPO, the African Intellectual Property Organization.
At a time when we are talking about ecology, energy and natural resources,
à l'heure où on parle des ressources naturelles, il faut dire que l'invention de Monsieur.
My impressions are that Mr. Yannick's invention is most welcome from the moment it was invented.
Qu'elle a été inventée.
The current production capacity of the Moboti Mai water generator is 12 liters a day. Still, Yannick and Landry intend to work on several parameters to increase the speed of production and the quantity of water. To achieve their objectives, they are seeking technical and financial partnerships.
Si nos gouvernements peuvent nous faire
If our government and investors can trust us and agree to take the plunge,
accepter de se lancer. Je pense,
I think, and I'm even sure we'll achieve great things.
À de grandes réalisations.
The Secretary General of the Congolese Association of Inventors and Innovators supports this appeal to investors who still need to do more to encourage inventions and innovations in the country.
My message to investors is to take the risk and have the courage to commit to supporting inventors and innovators so that our environment, our community, and our beloved continent can develop, and why not share these assets with other continents.
According to a recent World Bank study, access to drinking water in the Republic of Congo, where more than half the population lives below the international extreme poverty threshold, needs to be proportionate with the country's hydraulic potential. An improved version of the Moboti Mai water generator, so far financed by the two engineers themselves, could solve the problem of access to drinking water in Congo-Brazzaville and elsewhere in Africa, including the deserts. Nigerian business circles are uncertain about the intentions of President Bola Tinubu's administration. In question, the recent raid by the Anti-Corruption Commission in the offices of one of the most prominent African billionaires on the continent, the tycoon Aliko Dangote. The Dangote Group is in the crosshairs of the authorities in connection with the arrest of the former governor of the central bank accused of irregularities in foreign exchange operations. The Anti-Corruption Commission is currently investigating the foreign exchange allocations of around 50 Nigerian exporters. And at the same time, Nigerian billionaire Aliko Dangote was finally putting his large refinery into operation on the outskirts of the capital of Lagos. This massive operation, amounting to an investment of more than $18 billion, is meant to refine 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day. The site will be fueled by Nigerian oil, but has the capacity to refine other African crudes. This highly anticipated industrial game-changer will lead to the production of diesel and aviation fuel. It should also help slow down oil imports from the continent. Cashew nuts production in West Africa strongly increased last year once again, with a total estimated volume of 3 million tons. It must be said that the cultivation of cashew trees is particularly popular in the region, with star-producing countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, which represents 44% of West African production, but also Nigeria and Guinea-Bissau. Something to envy their neighbors in Guinea-Conakry. There's a rush towards this lucrative sector, which already supports 50,000 people and is moving towards local processing. A report by journalist Sayon Kourma.
From mining to agriculture, an unthinkable reconversion for this graduate of the Guinean Institute of Mines. Despite studying geomining 30 years ago, Mohammed never worked in the mining industry. And although Guinea has the largest bauxite reserves in the world, he preferred to focus on rice cultivation before discovering a sector considered to be a future driver for the national economy: cashew cultivation.
By the way, the mining engineer is called a destroyer, but the farmer is a land rehabilitator. After mining, we need to regenerate the land. Cashew is best suited for this. Today we have almost 30 hectares that have reached this maturity. And I'm not alone. Like me, we're now close to 650 people in the Farana region.
This sector is expanding rapidly in Guinea. 60% of the country's 33 prefectures now produce cashew nuts. This sector employs more than 60,000 producers, particularly in Bokeh, northwest of the country, as well as the Savannah region in Kankan. Among them is a trader who has also decided to diversify his agricultural production. Fode has profited from the lucrative cashew nut market for 2 decades.
I have been working in this sector for about 20 years, but it was in 2017 that I took the initiative to plant cashew nuts. I saw the potential of cashew nuts for a long time, as they can provide us decent living. I thought, as I am a buyer, why not plant at the same time? Last year, each hectare produced 2 tons. So on around 10 hectares, it can go up to 20 tons. For years I was trading, but I didn't see the potential of these 20 tons.
In Guinea, annual cashew nut production is estimated at nearly 200,000 tons per season, and a ton of cashew nuts is sold for around $1,000 compared to only $30 to $40 for a ton of alumina. And Bouquet, where there are about 10 mining companies, remains the cashew nut production region by excellence. Guinea has embarked on an industrialization phase to create added value and avoid raw cashew exports. Here, the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, is supporting the country in the construction of this processing unit.
We have problems selling our products. For example, if you take this year, we have had a lot of difficulties with the transfer and marketing for 10 years. Now, if we have this unit, it will allow us to shell and sell the finished product both locally and for export. And we can produce 800 kilos per day here in this unit.
The construction of this processing unit comes 4 years after the first industrial cashew processing plant was put into operation in Kankan, the country's second-largest city. The unit has a processing capacity of 10,000 tons of raw material per year. The products are destined for the world market.
And our products are really appreciated in Vietnam, India, China, the United States, just about everywhere in the world. You see, these are finished products that are there. And what makes Guinea proud on a national and international scale is, you see, this quality, WW210. It is one of the most expensive grades, the most expensive on an international scale. And Guinea has it. This is the first quality sought by customers.
These cashew nuts are an important source of revenue for Guinea. Over the last 3 years, the country's exports are estimated at 200,000 tons. This figure could increase thanks to the policy put in place by the Guinean state. But the authorities in Conakry want to focus on local processing.
Because the challenge is not to export the product and earn more money, but to process it locally. For this transformation to succeed, we must be able to regroup people in cooperatives, allowing us to make money, to develop partnerships to support these actors better. And this is how we can fight against poverty. For example, by helping women in the fields work better, supporting them better, and providing them with better tools.
Guinea has big ambitions as one of the top 7 cashew nut producers in the sub-region to get its share of the cake on a juicy world market, and why not, to compete with a regional leader. Côte d'Ivoire is at least the dream cherished in Conakry.
In the implementation plan of interprofessionals, it is foreseen that resource centers will be set up. Resource and research centers in each region that will, in principle, specialize in the development of the sector, in cultivation techniques, preservation techniques, and processing techniques to create more added value at the local level, and increase the productivity of Guinea and rank our country among the largest cashew-producing nations.
For Guinea to shine among the great nations and enable the country to market its cashew kernels on the African market, there is still room for progress. As for the time being, Guinean products are not exported to the rest of Africa and cannot benefit from the free trade agreement. This is why the 16th edition of the African Cashew Alliance's annual conference held this year in Abuja, Nigeria, recommended that marketing plans should be developed. The aim is to strengthen the commercialization of the African cashew industry. The continent now produces about 60% of the world's raw cashew nuts.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. The agreement signed between Ethiopia and Somaliland to acquire a share of the port of Berbera in exchange for a stake in Ethiopian Airlines continues to make waves in the region. The framework agreement, signed at the beginning of the month and immediately rejected by Somalia, worries Djibouti, the port through which the majority of goods destined for Ethiopia transit. Another consequence is the uncertainty over the development of the port of Lamu in Kenya. This $25 billion project aims to create a corridor of access to the sea for Ethiopia and South Sudan. After international maritime transport, it is the turn of African importers to worry about the escalation of insecurity in the Red Sea. In Kenya, importers say they are facing freight rate surcharges of up to 100%, while transit duration for goods have increased from 14 to 48 days. The situation could have a particularly brutal impact on the country's key imports, such as oil, fruits or spices, but also on exports of coffee or cement transiting the Red Sea. Will Kenyan natural parks continue to welcome so many tourists? The question came up after the government's decision to increase the entrance fee of the country's natural parks to $14 for tourists from the East African community, whereas international tourists will have to pay around $100, a price well above the entrance fees of the Ugandan or Tanzanian parks. Kenyan hotel professionals declared themselves opposed to the price change a year after the imposition of VAT and a tax on tourism, which they say have already destabilized the sector. And precisely in West Africa, the 10 hectares Ogwal Wildlife Park, opened since 2021 in Benin, aims to be a fun, educational and tourist destination. The concept not too widespread in Africa yet, but which is already attracting a growing number of visitors curious to discover wild animals, cultural events and hotel offerings. Enough to boost the ambitions of the country, which aims to be a direct competitor with the East and its renowned lodges found in Kenya, Tanzania or South Africa in promoting the continent's wildlife diversity. Our correspondent in Benin, Didier Ogwal, tells us more. Take a look.
Ogwal, Benin's largest zoological park in the West African sub-region. Opened in 2021 by MP Edmond Agua, the park welcomes between 100 to 500 people per day in Aboma Calavi, 20 minutes from Cotonou, Benin's economic capital. In this touristic area of more than 10 hectares, young African city dwellers can discover the beauty of African wildlife. The park features some endangered and even some non-native species in African savanna, such as the tiger and the jaguar.
Today we realize that the young people need to relax and reconnect with nature and these natural resources. We wanted to bring all this together and allow those who don't have the opportunity to discover such beauty on a site. Not very far from them and at affordable costs. So it's a cultural, educational and training center at once, as it allows people to learn the theories in universities to come and practice what they learn in class by being in contact with the fauna, the flora, the animals, the different species that we have, and also to understand the virtues of the plants that are on this site.
The Ogwal complex, with its 150 species and more than 500 animals, is a unique place combining education and entertainment. It welcomes almost every weekend schools and universities of Benin.
The role of the zoo, even in school, is to teach the students about wildlife. When we talk about the lion, for example, the children see the image of the lion and they can't see the real lion in a real classroom situation. So when the child finally has the chance to visit the park where we have the lion, he sees a real lion. He thus would be more attentive to learn. So what does that mean? It means that when he goes back to school, he will be able to say that he saw the lion has such a color, such a shape, it was in such a place, and not just the lion, the panther, other wild animals. When I took the example of the lion, it's because not everyone can see clearly, like here as the lion stays in the bushes, but at the zoo you can see this animal. I personally have never seen a lion standing before, but today I have the opportunity to see it.
These school field trips are also an opportunity for some parents of school children to discover a zoo for the first time.
It can allow our children to put a face to species that we learn about in books. Today we have it in Benin, so it would be interesting for schools to organize field trips.